Hello and welcome in to everybody who's joining us on YouTube for the 360th episode of the Dean Wither Show. Thank you so much for being here. I'd also like to extend that warm welcome to the 2.4 thousand people who've joined so far over on TikTok. Thank you for being here as well. If you've never been here before, what we do is we like to go over the breaking news every single day. And then we like to talk to Trump supporters about it, have some debates. That's what we do for 4 hours, so that's pretty fun. Haha. Sometimes it's pretty taxing because there's quite a few Trump supporters out there that are pretty crazy. And I mean, I get it. I understand why. It's pretty hard to still support the worst president of your lifetime. So the Trump supporters who are left, you know, the less than 30% of our population, they're kind of the crazy ones. But I don't know. I guess that will be determined today as we hop into more dialogue. Now, before we do that, by the way, if you're watching on TikTok, that's where we get the Trump supporters up into the stream through. Make sure to hop in the queue over there if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. But before we do that, let's go through the breaking news. There are massive rifts growing and festering within MAGA over the Iran war. We saw, oh my God, I can barely speak. Sorry, you guys. We saw the cracks begin to form at this point weeks ago with Donald Trump launching the invasion on Iran, hitting them with bombs, sending the warships over there with the Marines, maybe getting ready to deploy them, now asking our allies to send their warships too, starting a war. Why do we see those cracks begin to form? Well, because A, they've hurt Americans. Our gas prices are way up because Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And B, because Donald Trump promised no new war. Now we're back in the Middle East. God damn it, right? But more so because Donald Trump's head of counterterrorism, Joe Kent, I believe, resigned 3 days ago, said that there was no imminent threat against America from Iran like Trump suggested, and said the only reason why we got into the war was because of pressure from Israel. You likely already know this. This is what we went over yesterday. Well, now he's even come out and said that they weren't even building nukes, according to his intelligence. And keep in mind, he was the director of counterterrorism, so if anybody would know, he would know. And this is causing a massive divide because the critique the critique of the Trump administration this time, it's not coming from the left. It's not coming from any liberal. It's not coming from any Democrat. It's coming from inside the House, literally inside of the administration. Joe Kent had counterterrorism. So this is huge. And another reason why so many people are finally giving up on the Trump administration, you know, a day too late, but hey, better late than never. So we'll take it. We're going to go ahead and hop into the debates at this point in time, you guys. Mr. Parker, get a job. He should be sending us a raid over shortly. For everybody who's tuning in from Parker's live stream, which I think we're starting to see the raiders come in right now, I appreciate you so much for being here. And then once again, just to everybody tuning in, thank you so much for giving me some of the time out of your day. If you happen to be one of the VOD watchers on YouTube, meaning that you watch the live stream after the fact, welcome into yourself as well. Drop a comment, say hello. Love the VOD watchers, love the VOD watchers. And let's go ahead and hop into those debates. One last time, I just want to repeat the rules here. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president on TikTok. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. Do follow the rules or else you'll be banned. Something else here, if you want to ask me a question about the state of the world, state of America, the Trump administration, please feel free to do so through a donation message. I'm sorry, I have a speech impediment. It rarely comes out. You don't get to see it often because I do my best to work around it and control it. But today, my stutter is just out of control. So you're probably going to hear me repeat myself a lot today. It just flares up some days. It's quiet others. And I guess today is one of the days that it's flaring up. So my apologies in advance. But if you want to ask me a question, feel free to do so in a message attached to a donation on Venmo, PayPal, Linktree, bio on TikTok, pin message over on YT, and the handles on the top of the phone screen. But let's go ahead and hop into those debates, everybody. Let's get that first guest loaded up in here right now. We got the first guest joining. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Sorry. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, it says 08 in your bio.
All right.
We're going to go and move on to the next guest, you guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. We're going to hop into the debates right now. Not your business. Appreciate you for the blooming heart over on TikTok. And Tori, thank you for the 10 on Super Chat saying, I say we hand them over to Iran. Appreciate you for the love, Tori. And Yasmin, thank you for the $5 as well. Who says, how to deal with a Hordat. Can I just get like a trans rights? Yeah, trans rights. Hell yeah. I mean, trans people are so incredibly oppressed in America under Trump. It is crazy, right? Losing legal rights like the ability to serve in the military. Now, apparently, ICE is going to start special programs to specifically identify trans people in this country. Very scary stuff. Very scary stuff. Colin, welcome into You Sport Trump. I guess we'll never learn because Colin turned around and left pretty quick. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Midwest Ant loading up into the box. For everyone who's tuning in, once again, make sure to say what's good down below in that chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
I do not, sir.
Okay, well, I do appreciate you for joining, but right now we're just looking for Trump supporters, so I'm going to go and move on. Carter, thank you for the $8 on Venmo, who says, will you debate Nick Fuentes again? I mean, listen, I've never said with confidence that I wouldn't, but I've always definitely leaned pretty hard to the notion that I wouldn't. But it's always kind of been up in the air for me. I see really good reason why I shouldn't. I see some good reason why I should. But that good reason why I should debate Nick Fuentes again is kind of now diminished, that he's just completely hopped off of the Trump train, the GOP train, and he's telling people to vote for Democrats. Like, the only thing left that I'd have to debate Nick Fuentes on is, like, the worst of the worst, right? Like, just the straight-up Nazism, so on and so forth. And I don't know if that would be a good thing. Do you support Trump, Albert?
Dean, I came up here, like, probably about a month ago. And you know what? I regret my decisions nowadays.
Well, thank you so much.
And I want to
say
thank you and Parker. I'm starting to watch you guys like more frequent now, and you guys know what you're talking about. Holy fuck! Like I'm jumping on the Dean and Parker like train. Like fuck, you guys, you like. And did you see the fucking price of gas? I am so livid right now.
Man, it's way up, dude. It is way up, my friend.
Did you hear his stupid statement? What did he say the other day? He said.
Something about how we make more money when the price of oil is higher. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but then he also said the prices are going to drop drastically. Oh, and then about the war, a stupid comment. Okay, what did he say there?
There's so many stupid comments. Like it'll end when I feel like it one.
Yes, that's the exact one.
That's the one. Yeah, that was pretty stupid,
Dean,
dude.
you do have a fucking brain. You have a brain.
Well, man, I appreciate you so much. I'm happy that we could change your mind.
Honestly, you changed my mind completely, and I appreciate you.
Good.
Okay, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing an amazing job, and you deserve every little bit of congratulations that you get, man.
Well, thank you, Albert.
Everybody gift Dean. He deserves it. This guy is doing God's work right now. God's fucking work.
Well, thank you so much, Albert. You have a good one. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. Thank you so much for coming up and being so kind, man. We're looking just for Trump supporters to talk to, so I usually get a little bit annoyed when non-Trump supporters will come up, but I love that. I wasn't annoyed at all. I'm so happy that you came up and shared that with us. Thank you so much, dude. Braylon, thank you for the galaxy. That's just awesome to hear. That's really awesome to hear. Love that, man. Love that, dude. Love hearing that. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, they're not even here. Oh, it's just a child. Okay, well, for everybody tuning in from Parker's live stream, thank you guys so much for being here. Shout out to Parker for the raid. Hello, hello. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, you guys. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. Hi, do you support Trump? Gail.
Ooh, sorry.
Oh, no worries, Gail. No worries. Do we have any Trump supporters in the stream right now? I'm not thinking that we have too many. Hi, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Dean, the liberal machine.
That's the title.
Yeah, I'm MAGA. Of course I am. You know me.
Am I supposed to know you? Sammy,
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the Astro Bear.
I mean, it's like the fourth or fifth time you brought me up here.
Okay, and you're still MAGA?
Of course I'm MAGA, dude. MAGA is the reason why Trump's in office. See, what you don't understand, Dean, is MAGA is not... We are the wave that brought Trump into office. You understand?
Yes, Trump supporters are the people who put Trump into office, dumbass.
Exactly.
Sorry, that was a bit rough. I didn't mean to call you.
Hold on. Yes.
My apologies
MAGA,
for calling you a dumbass.
Dean,
That was too soon.
MAGA's not going anywhere.
Well, I mean, actually, that's not what the data says. The data says that MAGA is ever so slimming because of the increasingly terrible decisions that Trump is making.
No. The idea of making America great again. That what brought us towards Trump.
That's not what brought
the
you
wave
towards Trump.
that brought him in the office. That ain't going to. In fact, you know what I love? I love seeing how guys like you and like all you liberals now are going against the blue and white people now. And I've been saying this shit for years about
Going
apex
against
control.
the blue and white people? What does that mean?
The Star of David people. I
You
don't want to
could
get your
say-
I don't want to get your live ban, bro.
You could say Israel.
Okay, I don't know, dude. It's owned by Israel now. They're
Like
tripping.
Star of David people. That kind of just sounds a little fucked up. Right? Like I understand you're saying that because like the Israeli flag is blue white with the Star of David. Okay, but we could just say Israel.
Okay, so anyway, this is like my 10th account. I say Israel or something, and boom, I get flagged. So I don't want to get your stick flagged. Anyway, so the idea of MAGA is what I'm explaining to you ain't going away. And I will never be anti-Trump, and I do support Trump because I do honestly believe that we would be in this situation had it been Kamala Harris in office as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, what a delusional thought. Well, let's hop into the debate. Before we do, I'm going to quickly take a moment just to thank a handful of donors. A lot of people really show up and show out when I first start the stream. So I always like to take a moment around 10 minutes in just to thank them. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, I know your routine, man.
And as soon as I do that, then we'll hop into the debate. First and foremost, over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Flickhead, for the 50 euros. Flick, it is so good to see you again today, my friend. I hope that you enjoy the stream. Let's get 500 Flick W's down below in the comment section. That is so much love. Dude, that is crazy. Let's get 500 Flick W's. Flick with a 50 says, hope you're doing well today, Dean. Spring is here in England, and I'm a victim of the pollen, but your lives are a great distraction from the congestion. Every mind you've managed to change is a step in the right direction. You're doing great. Keep it up. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Flick. It's so cool that we have that international audience. I love it. Tyler, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for opening my eyes to the truth. I appreciate you so much. Dean, much love and God bless. God bless, Tyler. I appreciate you too. God damn it, I love hearing from the people whose minds I've been able to change. That is just, it keeps me going, man. Luna, thank you so much for the 12 euros as well, who says, the quote-unquote, you should have told us about Pearl Harbor comment to Japan's face was insane. By the way, hope Carney accepts France's suggestion to join the EU. Oh, Luna, you are right. For those who are watching that don't know, Donald Trump was asked by a Japanese news reporter when sitting down with the current Japanese prime minister about why he didn't tell his allies that they were going to go to war with Iran. And then in front of the Japanese news reporter and the Japanese prime minister, he said, well, I don't know. Why didn't Japan tell us about Pearl Harbor? It was out of pocket. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy. We're all caught up on the super chats. Luna, that was a crazy comment. I appreciate you guys for the love. Over on Venmo, thank you so much. Sally for the $5, who says it was so nice to hear that you changed that man's mind. What a nice way to start the stream. I know, right? Thank you so much, Katie, for the $3. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Katie. Lucy, thank you for the $5. She says, from Lucy and Ivy, we love you. Love you guys too. Jocelyn, thank you for the $10. She says, could you dumb down why Obama deportations aren't the same as Trump? Sure. More due process. Less constitutional violations, and a more of an emphasis towards those with criminal records compared to legal immigrants and unaccompanied minors and those without criminal records. Thank you for the 10. Carter, thank you for the 8. Cassie, thank you for the 5. Delaney, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much, you guys. Shess, thank you so much for the Viking Hammer. And then Allie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, I'm a huge supporter / daily VOD watcher, but regarding the SAVE Act, it bothers me that you compare driving to see your dad as an obstacle to those that have bigger issues. Just a critique, keep up the good work, but you realistically wouldn't have much of an issue. So, Allie, I'm not using that as a reason why the SAVE Act shouldn't pass in contrast to those with bigger issues, like married women or those without the money to get a passport. I'm just simply giving my own personal anecdotal experience on top of pointing out the bigger issues, because I acknowledge it's not the biggest. Thank you for the $10, Allie. We're all caught up on the Super Chats. We're all caught up on the Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $10, Kylie. Thank you for the $10, Atticus. Show some love to Kylie and Atticus. Kylie with the 10 says, Dean, my question to you is, what is your advice for somebody looking to get into the debate scene? Love you, Parker and Santana. Keep shitting on MAGA. My biggest piece of advice if you want to get into debates is just do it. The only thing that will really help you become an incredibly effective debater is practice, 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 practice. Okay? Just do it. The practice is what makes you perfect. Thank you for the $10. Atticus with the 10 says, you helped me gain confidence to start debating on my own live streams to advocate for trans rights, and I've already changed around 10 people's minds this month alone. That is awesome, Atticus. I saw that you dropped your ad. I'll have to check it out. Shout out to you. Annabelle, thank you so much for the $22 donation over on PayPal. He says, just got a call from my boss. He told me not to come back to work because I'm sick. So here's the money I was going to use for my Uber to work. Well, Annabelle, I'm really sorry to hear that you're sick. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream, and I hope that it makes you feel a little better. Thank you for the $23, Annabelle. Let's get 200 Annabelle W's. Then Sheris and Chandra, thank you guys for the 5. We're caught up. Let's go. Tell us why you would never stop supporting Trump as president, even if you were to do what is in the worst interest of this country, and then you claim to be a part of a movement that's making America great again.
Yeah, so I'll never be anti-Trump or not support him because he let some people out that I know from jail that would have otherwise had their entire lives ruined for no reason at all. Some of them weren't even there, which is more asinine. So when we want to talk about gulags and Gestapos and oppressive regimes, that's how my mind thinks of the Democrat Party and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Because they locked your Sixers
because
up?
they could Dean, because they could care two shits about me or my friends or veterans who were protesting, did not do anything wrong, were cool.
If they didn't do anything wrong, then they wouldn't have went to jail.
No video footage of any of these people of them doing anything wrong. So that's why I can never, ever vote for a Democrat.
Right, because they put the J6ers in jail. Listen, man, I actually am a bit more harsh than the Democrats and even the DOJ under the Biden-Harris administration when it comes to what they did to the J6ers. Specifically for the violent rioters that try to kill cops in the process of committing an act of insurrection to kill our congressmen and women to prevent a free and fair election, like DJ Rodriguez, who was sentenced to 10 years in jail for trying to kill Officer Fanone by driving a stun gun into his neck. I don't think that he deserved 10 years in jail. I think he deserved life. Okay, he's a domestic terrorist, a traitor to this country. And I'd actually argue that if anything, the Democrats were way too kind on people like him. And I just think it's so gross to hear from people like you that will claim to be America first, but then argue that you'd never support the Democrats because they were too oppressive of the domestic terrorists that tried to enter democracy.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. So Ashley Babbitt was the only person that was unalive that day, and she was unarmed. She also won a settlement for over $5 million. No. Her family won a settlement for over $5 million. And that wasn't because she was in the wrong, Dean. It was because what happened to her was atrocious.
Bradley,
atrocious.
For the second galaxy. Her family won a settlement in civil court? Yeah. What for?
Yeah. They sued over what happened the day of the J6. It was like a $5 million.
Wow, let's look into this real quick. The Trump administration reached a $5 million settlement in 2025 with the family of Ashley Babbitt. The settlement resolved a wrongful death lawsuit filed by the Babbitt estate following her death in 2021. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So so it's actually first and foremost very ironic that when it's about E. Jean Carroll suing Donald Trump and finding him guilty, not settling with him, finding him guilty via unanimous jury of 9 for raping her, that you don't believe it because you say you don't trust civil courts, you only trust criminal courts. Okay. But then when it's about Ashley Babbitt, who's found guilty in a criminal court, I guess I should revise my statement here. The officer who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt was found to be justified inside of a criminal court. And then Ashley Babbitt didn't even win the lawsuit for wrongful death. The Trump administration just decided to settle with her. All of a sudden you believe she's innocent, right? That's very hypocritical.
Yeah, usually when somebody settles, it's because they're in the wrong.
So when Donald Trump settled with the New York State Justice Department in 1997 for refusing to rent to black people in violation of the Civil Rights Act for racism, you agree that that was him being in the wrong?
Dean, slow down. Trump did what now?
Yeah, 1977. He was sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people. They said that whenever black people would go into the property and ask for a tour of any available units, Trump would say, no, we don't have any. They'd send in white testers, and Trump would say, yes, we do have some. And they even argued that they would put the letter C on the housing applications from black people, throw them in a junk drawer and ignore them. And then Donald Trump settled with them. So,
yeah, you see, all that
Donald Trump being in
all that what you just said was a whole lot of I don't care.
You don't care about racism?
No. We live in America, Dean.
If somebody wants,
listen, Dean, listen. You got to listen to me very carefully.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit perplexed here. What if that was you? One second. What if that was you? What if you were the person that wanted to live at one of Trump's estates, and you had the means to afford it. It was your favorite location in town, and then the owner of the Trump estates, Donald Trump, specifically decided not to rent to you because of the color of your skin. Would you care then?
I would just go somewhere else, man.
But you wouldn't care if somebody discriminated against you because of the color of your skin?
My guy, I have been.
Is this where MAGA is at? Wait, I just want to clarify. Is this where MAGA is at? MAGA's at the point of saying that you don't care about racism. MAGA's at the point of saying that you don't care about black people being denied housing because they're black. MAGA's at the point of saying that we could just swipe that under the rug. Well, first and foremost, I actually got to thank you for just being honest about it, because I feel like there's way too many Trump supporters out there that clearly don't care about racism, but they'll try to convince you that they do. Okay, you on the other hand just said, well, I don't give a fuck about racism. I don't care. So thanks for the honesty. And I feel like this is another really important reason why no one should be MAGA. Because you claim you want to make America great again. Okay, but it's not for low-income earners. We know that Donald Trump fucked them over, took their health care away. It's not for women. We know that Donald Trump fucked them over, took their access to abortion away, even in circumstances of rape in 10 of our 50 states. Okay, it's not for Hispanic Americans. Donald Trump fucked them over. Now they could be detained because of the way they speak English or the way they look. And it's not for black Americans. Donald Trump fucked them over too. And now you're telling us that you don't really care. So it seems like you're telling us that Donald Trump in reality isn't making America great again for everyone. He's making this country great again for cishet white men, right? And you don't care about the racism, the sexism,
Dean,
the xenophobia.
You're putting words into my mouth that I didn't say. What I said was, first off, I don't believe a lot of claims said about Trump. I've already told you this before. The boy who cried wolf story. Heard it all about Trump. I don't want to hear any more bullshit about him being
racist. But he settled, meaning he's guilty.
Because Dean, when you look at his administration, it doesn't scream racism from his first term. Even putting, Dr. Ben Carson a part of the urban development.
Wait, but he settled. You said that settlement indicates guilt, but now apparently it doesn't.
Because you talk, I'm gonna talk too.
Okay, just know that you're contradicting yourself.
If you look at his pardon czar, a black woman who was wrongfully incarcerated for over 20 years for a minor drug charge. She's in charge of handling all the pardons that come across the president's desk. She's a black woman. So nothing screams to me like, oh my God, this guy hates black people. I think it's just a lot of hoopla and BS, man.
Okay, so explain to me how the lawsuit against him in 1977 was hoopla BS.
Sure. I mean, when you run a business, you're going to get sued. To be honest with you, I highly doubt he was managing any of those properties. And I doubt he even stepped foot in any of those courtrooms, to be honest with you. It's all handled by his lawyers and his legal teams and his property management team, So, yeah, his name's attached to it, unfortunately. But, when you have a big company, your name's attached to a lot of things. Like, if you run a big company, for example, I work for a lot of big companies. Yeah, one of them particularly. They could get a call from a client that they sell to and be like, oh, your product made one of our customers sick. And then they're like, oh, well, how do you know it was our product? You sourced from 3 other suppliers. So now you got a legal dispute. You see what I'm saying? Without any direct proof that it was them that caused the incident to occur.
Sure. So what you're saying here is true in some scenarios, right? A lawsuit against a company doesn't directly incriminate the owner of that company in all scenarios. Okay, that's right. Okay, but in this scenario, it did. So the lawsuit wasn't just against Trump Estates, the organization, the business entity, but it was also personally against Trump because he was named as the one giving the order to not rent to black people by the property manager to the
allegedly,
to the New York DOJ. And after, not just the company, but he personally settled with the New York DOJ. He then tried to countersue the DOJ for slander, not against his company, but specifically against him, because they didn't just allege that the company was guilty of this. They alleged that he was personally guilty of this. And by the way, that countersuit got thrown out.
Well, that's what happens when you deal with the court system.
I'm confused on what the sentence means. This isn't you addressing the fact that I clarified for you.
Dean,
it wasn't just a lawsuit against the company. It was personally a lawsuit against him.
Are your followers like serious? Guest follows young girls. What is wrong with these people, man?
Well, sure, I'll clarify on that real quick. I just saw that in the chat too. Guys, if there's any evidence of the guests following minors, feel free to screenshot it and drop it in a private ticket in my Discord. We only operate on that claim with evidence. And for you guests, if you are following young girls, I'll be the one to bring it up and accuse you of it. And if you're not, then you will be vindicated because nobody would be able to provide a screenshot. We only operate off of that claim with evidence.
I'm just saying, it's weird, man.
Well, yeah, if you're not following minors and they're saying that, I will agree. It is really fucking weird. And I think that we should only reserve that claim for people who do.
You know,
Jim, thank you so much for the chicken stampede.
Maybe I should sue. You get what I'm saying? It's like, even with civil stuff, right? Like, I can be like, Dean Withers touched my butt, right? And then I can be like, you know what? I'm suing him for that.
Well, I mean, not really. Not really, because a judge has to rule that they're standing for the suit, and you're not wasting the time or the expense of the court. Now, something else I'd like to point out here is, once again, you are contradicting yourself, because the first thing that you did when you came up, you're talking about the J6 pardons, was to argue that because the Babbitt family didn't even win a lawsuit, but settled a lawsuit with the Trump administration over the wrongful death of Ashley Babbitt, that therefore she was wrongfully killed. But now you're arguing people that don't just settle lawsuits with people who agree with them, but win lawsuits against people who disagree with them and attempted to argue they're innocent, are in all reality not necessarily proven to be a victim because you don't trust civil courts. Do you see the inconsistencies within your arguments?
No. That's not what I said at all.
You argued that she was wrongfully killed because
I never
she won $5 million. She didn't win $5 million. She settled for $5 million.
I never said I don't trust civil courts. It's just these obscure laws in certain states, like in New York.
There's nothing obscure about the Civil Rights Act.
In New York, you can't. What do you call it? When somebody accuses you of anything, you can't even like publicly state against the victim in New York.
I don't know what the hell you're yapping about, dude. It's not relevant to the first point that you made about J6. It's not relevant to my counterpoint about him being sued for not renting to black people. You're yapping about nonsense.
Oh my God, I'm not. I'm talking about the civil case.
What's the point?
And you're saying I don't trust civil lawsuits. It's to the Trump example, and I'm just telling you.
You don't know anything about it. Why would you just automatically jump to the conclusion that it never happened?
There are laws in certain states, okay? So all he got in trouble for was saying he didn't even know the lady and that she was lying, which in New York you can't do because it's against the law, okay?
What the hell are we what lady? We were talking about a lawsuit from the 1970s when he was sued for not renting to black people. What lady are you talking about? You've lost your mind.
I'm just talking about that civil case when it came to the...
What civil case?
The so-called lady, the lady in the dressing room, the Eugene Carroll.
Eugene Carroll? What? Eugene Carroll hasn't been mentioned once in this guy. You're lost, buddy. We were talking about him being sued for not renting to black people in the 1970s. Eugene Carroll hasn't been mentioned once.
When did I ever say in this that I didn't trust civil cases? Because I've sued people in civil court and won. So it can work.
So if you trust civil cases, then you should believe Eugene Carroll.
No, because the law that they were following in New York is bullshit.
The law of it being illegal to put your fingers into a woman's vagina unconsensually. That's
not
that law is
illegal,
bullshit.
Dean. What's illegal is
that's what they held him liable for.
Oh, God.
That 1 second. We'll just read it together. Do you know how to do that? Take a look. I want you to read off question number 2 for the class. This is the jury verdict form.
With no evidence?
No, just read it off out loud. Say it out loud.
Trump raped Mrs. Carroll. No.
Okay, what about question number 2?
Sexually abused Mrs. Carroll. Yes.
Is this the obscure law that you're talking about? The fact that it's illegal to SA people?
No, that you can't publicly say that she's a liar.
Actually, yes. So when you win a lawsuit and you prove somebody SA'd you, if that other person then comes out and calls her a crazy liar, okay, that's by definition slander. So,
Yeah,
you
that's
can't
what
do
he
that.
got in trouble for.
And he should.
No,
I don't
he
think
don't
it's
even
okay.
know her, Dean.
It's called slander.
Dean, he's never met her. He don't even know her. She made up a story.
He's never met her?
Okay, this is why I told you. This is why I said, if I could just go around saying Dean touched my butt when I've never met you, and then you're gonna go and say I don't know Tony. I don't know that guy, this midnight guy. Then I sue you for slander and win, and you have to pay me now. Do you really think Trump's gonna pay her $5 million? He's gonna win in appeals. There's no way she's getting any money.
So I just want to clarify. You're arguing here that E. Jean Carroll never met Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever met. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, did you know that the court actually proved they met? Because after Donald Trump made the claim that they never met, E. Jean Carroll then responded by giving the court a photo of them together.
You know, I bet you he didn't even remember that lady.
Well, now you're shifting the goalposts from the claim that they never met to the new claim that although they met, he didn't remember the meeting, right? Like, these are two different. Can you concede that they met?
If there's a photo, produce it.
The court produced it. I mean, just go read the court documents.
Dean Withers, you got to produce it. Otherwise,
Wait, do you think that we're just being lied to in the court documents?
Dean, people only believe what you tell them.
Now, answer my question. Do you think that we're being lied to in the official court documents? Like the official transcript record where Donald Trump says in deposition, I never met her. And then the official transcript record where E. Jean Carroll's attorney says in the courtroom, I'd like to submit this photo of them two together as evidence during discovery. No, it's not lying. And if it did lie to us, okay, well then Donald Trump would have won on appeal. Okay, you can't just lie about the official record and transcript of proceedings. You especially cannot lie about evidence being submitted to discovery that in all reality wasn't submitted to discovery. If they lied about either of those two things in the official court records, okay, then Donald Trump would have won on appeal because that is patently illegal.
Again, there's no evidence. There are no eyewitnesses.
I want you to concede that they met.
This woman goes on live TV.
I need you to concede that they met.
Grape is sexy, she said.
Really? How much money do you want to bet?
She said on live TV.
How much money do you want to bet? Name a dollar amount.
About what?
$100?
That she said that Grape was hot?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what she said.
How much money do you want to bet?
I don't gamble.
It's not a gamble if you're right.
I'm pretty sure she said some shit like that.
Okay, then it's not a gamble. So how much money do you want to be given for free?
Man, I don't gamble, dude.
Well, how could it possibly be a gamble if you know you're right? It's because you don't know you're right and you're making shit up. I don't gamble,
therefore I don't care.
No, the thing is, I'm going to repeat this one last time. From your perspective, it shouldn't even constitute a gamble. A gamble is when you baselessly bet money on a speculatory thing like roulette, blackjack, or something that could be true in the future through a predictive market. Not when you bet money on what you know to be a fact of reality, such as you're arguing with the claim that E. Jean Carroll said she thinks rape is sexy.
Yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure I heard her say.
Right. Like for instance, my name is Dean. If you bet me $100 over the claim that my name is Dean, would it be a gamble for me to accept that bet? No, because I know my name is Dean. Therefore, it also shouldn't be a gamble for you to accept the bet on if E. Jean Carroll said grape is sexy, because apparently you know she said grape is sexy. Now, clearly, you're not going to take the bet. Whatever. For the audience and for you, because I need to correct the misinformation, E. Jean Carroll never said that she thinks grape is sexy. What she said in her sit-down interview with Anderson Cooper is many people sexualize rape. It's not sexy. It hurt. Okay? And then Anderson Cooper responded by saying, I don't really think that. I think that many people think that rape is very violent. And then she responds by saying, no, I think that many people think rape is sexy. The fantasies and whatnot. And by the way, we would totally expect this from a victim. Is it true that most people think of rape as sexy? Probably not. I wouldn't argue that 51% of people think that. But is it also true that when you're a victim of such a heinous act, that reflects on your version of reality and your worldview? Absolutely. And you're going to be hyper aware of all people that think that rape is sexy. And you're probably pretty likely to think that more people hold to that belief than the amount that actually do. And this is her just merely condemning that belief. Now, I'm actually going to go ahead and play you all the clip of that now.
Don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished, which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt.
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
We're just going to take a quick break. If you can stick around, we'll talk more on the other side.
This is like an older black person that personally lived through segregation saying that racism isn't funny, racism is violent. And then someone else saying, I think that most people think of racism as violent. And then that older black person that personally lived through segregation saying, I think that most people think of racism as funny, convenient, necessary, because that's the life they lived. Okay? Right? And that's not the older black person saying that they think that racism is funny. That's the older black person condemning others that do. We're going to move on to the next guest. That guy left. He laughed and then left. What a pathetic man-child. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. How do you support Trump?
Oh, was I added?
Yep.
Oh, I'm surprised. Actually, I am a former Trump supporter, however, married to a full-fledged Trump supporter.
Okay. Do you want me to debate him?
I had just turned 18 in 2016 when Trump was running. So I did vote for Trump in 2016 as I had 2 kids.
Yeah.
And one is a son and my youngest is a daughter. I started paying more attention to
is he around?
politics. No.
Okay. Well, listen, we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters, but clearly I don't know your husband, so this may not be a good thing, and that'll be your decision to make. If you think it would be a good thing that when it results in violence or tension or anything, I love to debate him. So if you ever happen to be with him and you guys happen to have a free moment, you should get him up here.
Oh yeah, we have several debates around the house. I definitely am more moderate than leaning one way or the other, strictly. But
well, listen, I appreciate you for joining. I guess I'm going to go and continue to look for Trump supporters, and I wish you the best of luck. All right.
Thank you.
Shout out to you, Hope. Shout out to you. I wish you the very best of luck. I wish you the very best of luck. If your mind can change, his can too. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. A couple people to thank you. First and foremost, Miss Tori. Thank you so much for another $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, Tori. That is Torey. Tori with the 20 says, what evidence are these fools expecting? Sir, do you expect every woman to carry around a running camera? This is why we choose the bear. I hate the right's argument on this. I do too, Tori. It is so gross. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Tori W's down below and 200 Anthony W's as well. Thank you for the $20. Who says, see the inconsistency? No way. Pivot, pivot, pivot. Trump supporters ignore whatever you say. If E. Jean Carroll was his mom, then what? My country I served, I'm not loving it. Thank you for the $20, Anthony. Yes, we see them all pivot, deny, deflect, and lie. That is the MAGA agenda. Thank you for the $20. Over on Venmo, Miss Carrie. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Miss Carrie's back in the building for the 10th day in a row. Once again with another salute emoji. Let's get 500 Carrie W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love and support. Same thing to Alec. Thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, hey, Dean, I'm begging you, please stop talking to Jill. I'm watching yesterday's vlog and I had to stop what I'm doing to skip ahead. I stopped watching Johnny because of her. I'm sorry for all the live views that have to listen to her, but have a great day. Yeah, I don't really see having Jill up for a while, if at all. Thank you for the $15, Alec. Mary, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Let's get 100 Mary W's and then 300 Daniel W's. Thank you so much for the love, Daniel. Who says, another court case that challenges EO number 1460. NY State Court, Lynch versus Clark, and this is about birthright citizenship. Ooh, thank you for that. I love taking a look at SCOTUS cases that challenges EO. Thank you so much for that, Daniel. Massive shout out to Daniel. Not even joking. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bill, thank you for the $1. Mariah, thank you for the $10. She says, hey mom, me and my dean love you, and I donated, and she donated a while back, but I just wanted to send you some on payday. Have a great day. You as well, Mariah. Thank you for the support, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. And of course, Amanda, thank you for the $10 as well. She says, thank you for what you do. It amazes me how anyone could still support Trump. Sick. I agree, man. And we go over the reasons why you are so right and vindicated in that opinion every single day. I would also like to quickly thank Kyle for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, man. Sharice, thank you for the 5. Cara, thank you so much. Sorry, not Cara. Rowan. I see that in your message. Rowan, thank you for the $10. He says, my name is Rowan, transman for Dean. Much love from another 04 baby. Shout out to you, Rowan. Thank you so much for the support. Let's get 100 Rowan W's and then 200 Lily W's down below in that chat for the $20 donation. My, oh my, you guys are being so kind today. Lily with a 20 says, hey, Dean, I'm Lily from Australia. I watch you every morning while taking my boyfriend to work. You've honestly become the best part of my routine. Dude, I love the international viewers. That is so cool. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Shout out to you and your boyfriend. Thank you for the $20 to Lily. As well as Candace, thank you for the 10. And then one last one here, Spice of Life. We're just going to call you Spice. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, contrary to popular belief, Democrats, rather than that Republicans are the what would Jesus do party. Convincing voters of that would surely win elections. Please emphasize this more in your debate so that winning elections becomes more certain. You know what, Spice? I talk about that quite frequently, about how like good Christians would vote for the left. And I agree. I should talk about it more because there's a whole lot of Christians out there. Thank you for the $25 and the great constructive criticism, Spice. We are all caught up. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Just kidding. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, please and thank you. We just tried to load up somebody by the name of Cass, but it looks like they left the queue at the very last minute. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Make sure that you're double tapping away on those phone screens, folks. Share this live out with a handful of friends. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I was in Eli's live last night. I'm pretty sure you heard me speaking.
I might have, but we're only looking for Trump supporters today.
No. I understand, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm in your message requests. I know you wanted to talk to Eli. He's not willing to. I am willing to.
Yeah,
so I'm happy to talk to you.
Don't want to talk to Eli. I think that him and his partner are entirely disrespectful and very hateful in many respects. So I'm not interested in having a conversation.
Hold on one second, if I may. So that you had a trans person up on your live, right? And for you to say that a trans person is wrong for the way that they received it is really sick, man. That's why I wanted to talk to you on the back end. I'm in your request.
There's nothing incorrect with me saying that Eli's partner is entirely disrespectful and hateful. They messaged one of my very good friends, Matt, who is just a very kind guy, kind-hearted guy. Everyone loves Matt, calling him a sellout pussy bitch. In the middle of the night last night. About that. Like, just all because, like Matt decided to take a very kind-hearted approach in the Discord. And then I messaged them about it, and then they say that they couldn't care less because of their personal issues that they hold with me. Like, that is so hateful. It's vile. It's not something I'm going to stand with. Yesterday for everyone in the chat saying Aurila, yes, well, Eli says he's not my friend, so apparently not, right? When Eli started his live stream yesterday, I was totally willing to hear out constructive criticism about the conversation that I had with the Lily Tino, 110%, okay? Did I think it's weird that Eli decided to not respond to my DM and instead wanted to host a live about it? Yeah, but like whatever. Personal choice, I don't care. But then for Eli to go on live, first and foremost, say that because he thinks I have money, I'm his enemy, and then to go on to, launch vapid criticisms against me being a performative, money-hungry grifter, and then for, his partner to call one of my very good friends a pussy-ass bitch is just disrespectful. I don't agree with it at all. I think that there's room for legitimate dialogue surrounding what is in the best interests of the furtherment of trans rights and the trans community. But that wasn't what it was at all.
So I'm a trans man, so can I please speak on it? Because I'm not really, listen, you and you and Eli have personally, that's not even what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about what went on and why Eli was even upset in the first place, right? Because I'm a trans man, so if anybody can speak on it, it's me or anybody in the trans community, quite honestly. And he had every right to be upset. And that's why I messaged you on the back end, but you're not responding. Do you want to have the conversation now? Because I'm more than happy to.
Well, I want to debate Trump supporters, but quickly before I move on, I will ask you to please explain what the issue is, because I still don't know precisely what the issue is. All that I hear are baseless frustrations. People are telling me that my Discord is supporting red pill movements and that I'm a performative, money-hungry grifter, but I've not been able to learn the core critique that has pissed so many people off here. And I've just heard, like, oh, Dean sucks, and his friends are bitch-ass pussies. But that was crazy, so vile. But I haven't heard the core critique. So what's going on? What's the critique?
Okay, I will tell you. So you are aware that Lily Tino is harmful to the trans community. I know you're aware of that because
Yes.
you voiced that to her, right? And the thing is, Lily Tino knows that. She's aware of that. People have had conversations with her. She knows what she's doing. She's inflammatory on purpose. She makes money off of it. So there was no possible way that you were going to get through to her. There was no. I'm curious as to, and you can respond after, as to what your intent was and what you thought you were going to get out of it, because in our eyes, right? Because you need to understand, like, how many times people bring Lily Tino up to me personally in an attempt to disparage me. You know, people will come to trans people, make disgusting comments at us, harass us, and tell us, oh, have you heard of Lily Tino? Do you know what she's doing? People bring her up. So for you to platform her, you know, you have 12K people in here right now. You have a lot of people. You have a big platform. To give her a mic is dangerous, period. And you
I
can
disagree.
see,
I think the opposite is true. I
no,
think
no,
it
no,
was
but
astronomically good for me to debate Lily Tino, and I could tell you why.
you don't have a right to disagree with what the trans community says, though. That's the point. So, like, let's put it this way.
I don't
Let's
think that you represent the
let's
totality of the trans community. Many members
you
of the trans community would disagree with you. And I think
okay.
I could share the reason why many might disagree with you. But I
Let,
would
let
rather
me
speak for myself compared to others.
let me explain to you something. This is a community conversation for trans people to have with each other. Trans people have disagreements. We're not a monolith. We all disagree on things. The thing is, for you to tell me that I don't have a right is wild. You are a
I'm not
cis white
telling
man.
you that you don't have a right to believe in what you do.
I
I'm
don't
just
have a
telling
right
you
to.
that I
You said
disagree
I
with
don't
you.
have a right to speak for the trans community. I have the right to speak as a trans man. This is a community conversation to have within the community, not outside of it. You can, like, it's not my place to speak on Black community conversations or
If
disabled
this is
community
only a
conversations
conversation to have within the trans community, why did you join my live to have a conversation with me
because
about it knowing that I'm cis?
because you hosted her. That's the
Okay.
point.
I
You're
could tell you
unable to
why I
take.
think it was a good decision to debate Lily Tino.
Go ahead.
Sure. The reason why I think it was a good decision to debate Lily Tino, and it was genuinely monumental, is because this is the first time that Lily Tino has been personally confronted on her bad actions and beliefs in front of a large audience, and it was from a non-transphobic angle. Okay? Many people shit on Lily Tino for her bad actions with just straight up transphobia, including many people on the left. A shit ton of people on the left will call Lily a man and misgender her in response to her bad actions, like going to Disneyland. And as one of the largest left-leaning content creators, being able to set the tone for critique against Lily Tino was monumentally important, and it will help to reshift the way the internet critiques her without being transphobic to her. I believe that this will in turn be significantly more productive, because now we're able to examine the actions of people like Lily Tino without just hating on her because of her gender identity or the fact that she's trans, and B, won't result in harm against the trans community as a whole. Okay, it is so harmful to the trans community when millions of people on the internet, including many on the left, will critique Lily Tino, not by pointing out, hey, maybe you shouldn't have filmed this video talking about genitalia at Disney, but rather by saying, Nick, man, he, him, Nick, man, he, him, okay? But being the largest left-leaning content creator on TikTok, on the fucking internet right now, being able to say, Lily Tino, I disagree with your content, I'm still going to respect your gender identity. You are still a woman. Your pronouns are she, her. And here are the specific reasons why I disagree with your content. Helps to reshift the way the internet as a whole talks about her. And that is so fucking important. And that's why I genuinely do think that it was overall a good thing that I had the conversation I did.
Okay. I'm telling you, you are not the first person to critique her in a non-transphobic way. I'm telling you that, and I'm promising you that as a member of the trans community. That's
On a
not for
stage as
you to
large as I
say.
did, I am.
Well, because you have a massive platform, and that is part of the reason why we're critiquing you and we're telling you. And there is a sense of, whether or not you can recognize it, there is a sense of entitlement that you hold, that you believe that you have the right to critique it, even for you to say to a trans woman, whether or not that you and I think that what she does is harmful, for you as a cis white man to tell a trans woman that what she's doing is harmful for her own community is entitled. You and I can't tell a black woman that what she's doing is harmful to the black community because that's not our place. You have to understand when it is your time to stay in your lane, right? If you want to help the trans community, talk about legislation, mobilize your community to contact legislators, contact senators. There are 900 anti-trans bills. There are so many ways that you could be helping the trans community, and having Lily Tino on your panel is not it. And you are so unable to accept criticism and say that you messed up, that you will double and triple down, and it only exemplifies the fact that you have a lot more deconstructing to do. And look at the environment that you have bred, because in Eli's panel last night, your fans were hating on Eli, and now they're hating on me for being a trans man, expressing to you as a trans man how you harm the trans community, and it is disgusting.
I have one question and one statement. Did you disagree with the content of my critiques launched against Lily Tino?
No, you're missing the point. I do not disagree that Lily...
Listen, this isn't my response to what you just said. I'm not missing the point here. I have more than one thing to say. This is just the first question. Do you disagree with the contents of my critique that I launched against Lily Tino?
I don't. And if you had that conversation with her on listen to me, bro. Listen to me. Open your ears and listen to me. The point is that you had the conversation in the first place on a public forum, profited off of it, posted the video on YouTube to continue to profit off of it. It's not the fact that you expressed it, it's that you have the entitlement to think that you can express that and speak for the trans community. Did you ask any trans people prior to that conversation as to what they thought, if they thought it was a good idea to invite her up? Did you ask her?
Point number one, I did not invite Lily Tino on my stream to call her out. Point number two, Lily Tino requested to join my stream. Point number three, once Lily Tino joined my stream, Lily Tino then asked me for my opinion. Point number four, it needs to be known that when we're talking about the stay in your lane ideal of white people not launching critiques or criticisms in reference to black people being regressive to the black community, or cis people not launching critiques or criticisms in reference to trans people being regressive for the trans community, the reason why this is true in many scenarios is because many white people don't know enough to launch a genuine critique that would land and be correct, the same way many cis people don't know enough to launch a genuine critique that would land and be correct about regressions towards the trans community. However, when we're speaking in reference to things that are so commonsensical, okay, such as the critiques I launched against Lily Tino after she asked me for them, that you agreed to, by the way, you said I was right, I don't think that I'm in the wrong for sharing them, especially when asked. I completely disagree, and I would argue that this will overall reshape the way that we talk about Lily Tino on the internet and will be a net positive impact on the trans community, because now the 20,000 people that were watching my live stream and the 300,000 people that have listened to the debate since I posted it on YouTube will be disincentivized to critique Lily Tino by calling her a man, which then hurts the whole community, to critique Lily Tino by calling her Nick, which then hurts the whole trans community, to critique Lily Tino by invalidating her gender identity, which then hurts the entirety of the trans community, to now critique Lily Tino by calling out the substance of the bad actions that she engaged in while still holding respect towards her gender identity. I understand the stay in your lane argument in many circumstances. I just don't think that this is one of them.
Okay, so to be clear, by the way, I don't think that you're right for what you did. I do agree that she should be critiqued by trans people. Again, it's a community conversation, and that's really all that I think you're struggling to understand. I'm confused as to what gives you the right to tell trans people what is or is not going to harm our community as a cis person.
Okay, so I'm not making a normative prescription from a place of authority as a cis person when I'm arguing that that Lily Tino is regressive to the trans community. I am just simply recognizing a descriptive truth that has built my opinion and verbally sharing it when asked. I would actually argue here that it is important for cis people to A, educate themselves on the trans community, and then B, call out things that harm the trans community, because ultimately, C, if trans people don't, if cis people don't do this, then we're just leaving the 1% to fight for themselves, and this is something that will never serve to the future respect of equality for transgender rights, because the vast majority of people that hold on to positions of power have the wealth, the money, and the resources to hop in front of a mic and call out the ill-willed aggressions against the trans community are inevitably cis people. If cis people don't have the right to call out harm against the trans community, then the trans community will never stop being harmed.
Okay. I disagree with you. I think you're struggling to listen. You're struggling. The bottom line is, as a cis white man, it's not your place to tell a trans woman what is or isn't good. I know you said you didn't invite her. You saw her in the request. You accepted it. You know she's harmful. It was a conversation that...
It is when the trans woman asks. I feel like we're forgetting about that. And you have to recognize that. If a trans woman asks a cis white man what the cis white man's opinion is on them, I feel like it's totally acceptable for that cis white man to share the opinion.
No, it doesn't give you the right to speak for the trans community. It does not.
I wasn't speaking for the trans community.
Yes, you said that what she's doing is harmful. It's not your place to have that conversation, period. It's not that hard to understand, dude.
So the issue is cis people can't speak for the trans community, and you're saying that cis people are speaking for the trans community when they say that things are harmful to the trans community. Do you think that white people could speak for the black community?
White people are not allowed to speak on the experience of being black. No.
Okay, perfect. And speaking on that experience of being black is calling out harm against the black community. Therefore, you don't think that I, as a white man, have the right to call out Trump's racism, because in accordance with your logic, I'm speaking for the black community the same way I was speaking for the trans community when I called out harm against the trans community, right?
You're allowed to call out harm. You're not allowed to speak and tell a trans person what they can and cannot do. And that's what you were trying to do.
You just told me less than 30 seconds ago that calling out harm against a community is speaking for said community. And that was right after I informed you, even if we accept that trans people can't tell that cis people can't tell other trans people like what they're doing that's right and wrong, I responded that I absolutely think they can when that trans person is asking. Okay, we are forgetting here that Lily Tino asked me what my opinion was on her and her conduct.
And you did not have to express it. Like, you do not have to, and not every opinion needs to be voiced. You do not have to express your opinion for trans.
It seems like a lose-lose scenario.
You cannot,
because then I would be accused of not defending the trans community because of how harmful she is to it.
I am telling you, you are not listening. I'm telling you as a trans person, there are so many other trans people who would tell you the same thing.
I'll listen.
You're not listening. You're refusing to listen. This is a community conversation. This is a community conversation for trans people to have with other trans people, not for you to chime in on, period.
Well, I mean, don't you think that therefore you should critique Lily Tino for asking me for my opinion compared to me for giving my opinion after being asked by Lily Tino about it?
I don't give Lily Tino the time of day because she's harmful. This is how I move in my life. Let me ask you a question. What have you done for the trans community outside of that? I really don't know because I don't follow you, because I'm not a fan of your content. Can you tell me, did you donate any of the money that you made to that conversation to any initiatives?
Now it just seems like we're completely reshifting and shifting the goalposts here and changing the topic of discourse, because I feel like I was making pretty dang good points insofar as why, A, what I did ultimately serves to the benefit of the trans community because it reshapes the dialogue surrounding Lily Tino to not be an attack against her gender identity, but rather specifically against her bad actions. And B, the fact that clearly I don't think that there's anything wrong with the cis person giving a trans person their opinion on them when asked about it by said trans person, to now C, shifting the goalposts away to, well, what are the other things that Dina's done for the trans community, and completely ignoring the first two or three points I brought up. Okay. They left. By the way, I'm open to like criticism there. I just want to ensure that the criticism can stand the test of reasonability and logic. You know what I mean? Like I said, if I'm wrong, feel free to describe why. I'm open to that dialogue. That's why I didn't kick you when you told me that you weren't a Trump supporter and you rather wanted to have a conversation about my conversation with Lily Tino. But the issue is, I feel like a lot of the critique in which you offered right there, ultimately served to be illogical or detrimental in one sense or another. But I mean, maybe if you have any type of counter argumentation to the points that I supplied there, feel free to offer them to me. But let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. We got Mo Powers loading up into the box.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Okay. Perfect. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. And how old are you?
40 years old. I don't really tell people my age usually, but 40. Thanks
No
for reminding
worries,
me.
man. Just wanted to make sure that you're over the age of 18.
No, I got you, man. I got
Just
you.
wanted to
It's all
make sure
good.
that you're over the age of 18. Go ahead, take it
Appreciate
away.
you.
Tell us why you support Trump.
There's a lot of reasons why I support Trump. I could probably start with the criminal justice reform. We can go back to the Middle East, Abraham Accords. I'm a business guy, so tax cuts were a huge thing for me, to be honest with you. And just a few other things. I mean, I know he's done some stuff in the energy sector that I've invested in. There is opportunity zones that he's taken care of. There's Veterans Affairs, a few things. But I do also like to add that there's a lot of things I don't agree with, but I do support him on a grand scale of things. And the reason for that is I just don't see a better candidate. I don't feel like the person before him, like Kamala, would have done any better. And the reason for that is I feel like they would have just all fell in the same shoe at the end of the day. Which
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Sorry. Did you hear me? Did I cut out or?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just if you could.
Okay,
please
no
repeat
worries, no
the
worries. So what I'm
reasons
saying
for
is
talking,
I
I'd appreciate it.
don't see someone else doing a better job. I don't feel like Kamala would have done a better job. I feel like she would have just fell in the same Biden shoe print, which is basically I feel like they're infiltrated, to be completely honest with you. I'm not a huge conspiracy guy, but just lately, the last couple of years, the things I've been seeing, it just seems like a weird situation. I mean, I really do feel like they're just controlled at the end of the day.
Okay.
But yeah, I feel like he's the best candidate out of those people. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I feel like the argument that you just provided really wasn't arguing that he was too good of a president, just saying that if Kamala Harris was elected, we would have seen the same outcomes.
I feel like it would.
Kamala.
So yeah, Kamala. I believe it's Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. Is it Kamala or Kamala?
Kamala. If you just want to call her Harris, if it's easier, feel free.
Got it. So so Harris. I don't think we would have gotten the same vibe, the same kind of aggression that we're seeing today with Trump. But I feel like we would have still been in a big deficit. We would have still had a lot of issues, immigration. I think we would have still fell into a lot of the same patterns. And I think a lot of that has to do with the lobby in the United States, right? There's a massive lobby, and I'm sure you're aware of the lobby. And it kind of still doesn't. I feel like it doesn't matter who takes over in a way. Democrats, Republicans, they still follow kind of the same line. And that's basically what I'm seeing. And honestly, between me and you, and I give you a lot of respect, Dean. I really do see you running for president one day, man. Like and I'm rooting for you. Not that I'm like a lefty or anything. I'm actually a pretty conservative guy, but you got a good head on your shoulders. But the issue here is, and maybe you'll find this out later on, is once you get into politics and once you actually get into the grit of the whole, archive of the White House and stuff. I mean, I think you're going to find yourself in the same situation. I feel like Trump, the Trump that we saw in 2015, 2016, not the same Trump that we're seeing today. I do feel like he's taken
Do you mind if I just
path.
respond to the things that you've said so far?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
Okay, so in a particular sense, you're right by saying that there are many people on the left and the right that bend the knee to the same lobbyists, to the same foreign interests, like Israel, for instance.
Exactly.
I want to argue that changes the fact that I want to argue that this means that they're just as pro-Israel as one another. That's not true at all. Okay. We don't see Democrats screaming that we just need to do whatever the hell Israel wants us to, or
they don't scream it.
Go into war in Iran for Israel. And not to mention that under the Biden-Harris administration, they actually refused to launch quote-unquote preemptive strikes against Hezbollah, unlike Donald Trump, who's now gone to war for Iran because of Israeli pressure. But then even outside of that foreign interest from Israel, there are many other ways in which the Democratic Party is very different from the Republican Party, like economic policy. Kamala Harris ran on tax cuts for the average American. Donald Trump ran on tax hikes for the average American. Kamala Harris ran on expansions to Medicaid. Donald Trump ran on and then did cut 10 million people off of Medicaid. Kamala Harris ran on expanded access to abortion. Donald Trump ran on overturning Roe v. Wade to ensure that 60 pregnant victims of rape per day are denied access to abortion. Kamala Harris ran on upholding law. Donald Trump ran on attacking 7 of our amendments and 2 of our articles and positioning himself above the Constitution. Kamala Harris didn't want any new wars, just like the Biden-Harris administration did. Most anti-war presidency in modern American history. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wants to start a war with Iran, start a war with Venezuela, annex Canada, possibly invade Greenland, possibly go after Mexico, and possibly go after Cuba and Colombia as well. These are massive, massive differences with very different material outcomes for the average American and people across the globe.
No, I completely agree with you on that. I mean, it's what we've seen lately with Trump. With now he's become like a war president in a way. It reminds me of George Bush. But I mean, it's I don't feel. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't think that Kamala would have done the same thing or gone down the same route. But I mean, I feel like if the lobby, which is the powerful lobby in the United States, wanted that to happen no matter what, then they would have found a way to get it done. And I feel like it's.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Could you please repeat that?
So I feel like Kamala would have still found a way to get it done if the lobby wanted
get what
it to
done?
be done. Okay, so you were pointing out how they were not, they're not really keen on having war, right? They were anti-war, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the lobby wanted to happen,
Biden told them no.
Okay, so Biden told them no, correct?
Yes.
But what did Biden do in Ukraine? Biden was one of the main reasons.
I'm so sorry.
why
You're shifting the goalposts. Funding went to
No, I'm
Ukraine
not.
not because of lobbyists, okay, but because of not wanting Russia imperialism and wanting to give money to help the victim defend themselves. We're talking specifically about Israel and AIPAC here, okay? Biden told Israel and AIPAC no for a new war against Hezbollah. The Democrats in the Senate told Israel no for bombs over 2,000 pounds. I completely 110% understand exactly where you're coming from to indicate that there's some level of pro AIPAC on both sides of the aisles. I mean, that's obviously true, but all that I'm arguing here is that the right is significantly more pro-Israel than the left.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. In that case, I definitely agree.
If you think that the right is significantly more pro-Israel than the left, then why the hell do you support the right, given that you're anti-Israel? So,
I didn't think that Trump was going to take this route with Israel. I do agree with you. He kind of blindsided us. A lot of me and my friends, actually, a lot of us supported Trump, right? And we basically support him because of business. We support him for a lot of different reasons. But
you support him because of business? He's terrible for the economy. Last month, we lost 92,000 jobs. 2025, worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. Most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2008.
Well, in terms of business, when you own, a little bit, I guess, bigger than a small business or whatever like that, it's pretty good. For corporate, we've had some good corporate cuts. And that was really the main reason why we all support Trump.
Oh, because he cut the corporate tax rate?
Exactly.
Okay, so this is very like a personally selfish argument.
Of course it is.
Has nothing to do with the overall performance of the economy. Has nothing to do with the average American. Has all to do with you owning a C corp and
I think everybody. Hang on one second, Dean. I think everybody here looks out for what benefits them at the end of the day. Okay, that's first and foremost. Even yourself, but we're all MAGA. You're MAGA as well, aren't you? Are you not?
One second. I don't think that it's a good idea to vote what is in your best interest, period. I don't. I think that it's a good idea to vote in what is in your best interest in respect to society as a whole.
For sure, yeah.
But never a good idea to vote for what is in your own self-interest, not in respect to society as a whole. Because that logic that we should just always vote for what is in our self-interest is telling white Americans from 200 years ago that they should have voted to uphold slavery.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, so in terms of voting for something that you want to happen, for instance, let's just say you like one thing. That's not just why you vote. There's a lot of reasons why you vote. You basically, that's just the first thing. You obviously, hey, what's good for me as a person, my business, my family, everybody else. At the end of the day, it's not just that. It's you got to just take that first, and then there's a whole bunch of other things that you can compile as well. So no, that's not the only reason we got voted. But I mean,
it sounds like it is. I mean, what other reasons do you have to support Trump as president outside of the fact that he cut the corporate tax rate by 4%?
I said that was one of the main reasons.
Okay, yeah, and I don't. So, are you the owner of a C corp?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Would you mind sharing
Absolutely.
like more specific information about it if I were to ask, or is that kind of personal?
It's a little bit personal on here. I mean, I'm sure
Okay.
I'm okay with DMing you and letting you know
Listen,
and sending
well,
you stuff. But
I mean, would you be comfortable sharing me if you gross over or under 7 figures a year?
I do, yeah, I do gross over that.
Yeah.
I
Then
can
I
share
think that
with
you,
you
then
as
I
well.
think that you should pay another 4%. That's fine.
No, and listen, I pay a lot of tax. I definitely pay a lot of tax. I believe in obviously paying tax. For society. I want my roads to be good. I want the lights to work. I want people, mothers that can't afford food to get food. Like we're good people, man. And
Wait,
at the end
that's
of the
not
day,
what Donald Trump is doing, though. He
I
actually
agree
illegally
with you.
refused
I
to fund
agree
food
with you.
stamps for 16 million American children, leaving them to starve. He permanently defunded food stamps by $156 billion, permanently cutting 3 million people off. Not to mention the fact that he took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, when we already have
Yeah, that's not
51,000
good.
Americans die every single year via lack of access to healthcare.
Absolutely, that's horrible for sure. Absolutely. I mean, and I agree with you on those things for sure. Absolutely.
Okay, so then you shouldn't support him as president.
Well, I mean, it's like I said. I mean, I don't see a better candidate. Who would you put?
You don't see the
instead
better
of him?
candidate? Yeah, maybe the
Who's
person
the
who
better
wasn't.
candidate?
Yes, Kamala Harris, the person that wasn't an adjudicated rapist, the person
Absolutely
that
not.
didn't. Oh, absolutely.
Come
Okay,
on,
so
man. Like,
I want you to
it-
specify very specifically here. What is the worst policy that Kamala Harris ran on?
She is basically on the Biden administration. That's number one. Okay, that was one of the worst administrations that America has ever
I want you to
seen.
name the worst policies she ran on.
She ran a lot of bad policies. I mean,
Like name her worst.
God. You know, I don't really know one off the top of my head. I'd have to look into it a little bit further because I didn't think we were going to talk about Kamala at all. But
I'm so sorry. Are you going to tell me the worst policy that she ran on?
no, I don't know a bad policy that she.
Wait, if
actually-
you don't know a bad policy that she ran on, then why are you still supporting Donald J. Trump as president, considering the fact that you've conceded like 4 times now on the bad
All I
policy
know
he's
that
implemented in the last year?
No, I understand the fact that she was connected with Biden and part of that administration. I just don't want to see.
So what's the worst
anybody
policy that the
connected.
Biden-Harris administration implemented?
Many. There's
Name
so
one.
many.
Wait, oh, this is the same thing that you said about Harris. The first time I asked you what's the worst policy Harris implemented, you said many. And then I asked you to name one, you couldn't. So now let's see if you're doing the same thing with Biden. What is the worst policy implemented by the Biden-Harris administration?
The worst. Listen, so the Biden administration, and the biggest one was immigration. Like that was one of the worst.
I want you to name a policy, please.
Policy. I can't name one. You got me there. You got me there, Dean. You got me there, Dean.
Buddy.
I cannot name
Come
one.
on. If you can't name a single bad policy passed by Biden, you
I don't
can't
like the way they
name
handled
a
COVID.
single bad policy that Kamala Harris ran on, then when we can agree that it's bad for Trump to go back into war in the Middle East, it's bad for Trump to want to invade seven other countries.
That was listen. If
It's
I had
bad
known,
for Donald Trump to
Dean.
like want to cut off food stamps for 16 million starving American children. It's bad for
Dean,
Donald Trump
if
to
I
take
known-
healthcare away from 10 million, so on and so forth. Like you should agree here, at the minimum, you're not a Trump supporter.
I'm a Trump supporter, but not to, I guess, the extent that some of these other lunatics that you've had on here, for sure. Like, I mean, I do agree that a lot of things are bad. The Epstein files were kind of like the last little thing for me. That was it. I mean, he's all over the Epstein files. Like it's.
Wait,
and
so you're not a Trump supporter?
Well, no, I am like a little bit of a Trump supporter, I guess. I used to be a bigger Trump supporter, but the Epstein files kind of like were the last straw for me. I saw a real, at the end of the day, to me,
Okay,
he's
so
like
if
an
the
evil
Epstein
man.
files were the last straw for you, then you'd no longer be a Trump supporter because they were the last straw for you.
No, 100%, 100%. And
So
why?
you're not-
Why?
Wait. Okay, so you're not a Trump supporter.
I am a Trump supporter, but I don't, because I do not see a better candidate to take his spot.
Right now, we're not talking about alternatives to Trump. We're just talking about Trump. Buddy, we have like another year and a half before the primaries for the next general election, and he's not going to be up for re-election. We're just simply
he's
making an
definitely not.
evaluation. Overall, is Trump beneficial to America or detrimental to America?
No,
It
he's
seems like we
definitely
agree that
you
he's
know,
a
he's-
detriment
yeah,
to
we
America.
do.
You
We
need to
do
stop
agree.
calling yourself MAGA.
Well, I'm MAGA because I always want to make America great again, right? And I'm sure you are as well.
Listen,
Are you not?
That's not what MAGA stands for. MAGA
What
doesn't
does it
stand
stand
for
for?
making America great again. MAGA stands for disenfranchising marginalized communities, taking away from the average American just to give all that back to the top 1%, deflect from the Epstein files with a new war in the Middle East, and deflect from him defending the murder of people like Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and Keith Border with the Epstein files, right? It's not making America great again. You know, MAGA is similar to making America great again, just as similar as the National Socialists are. Oh, sorry, no. Let me use a better example. Just as similar cakes you buy in a bakery are to the urinal cake you piss on in the bathroom. Sure, they share the same word, cake. It doesn't mean that both of them are, you know, food items you'd eat.
Okay, got it. Well, that makes a lot of sense, Dean. I mean, I definitely agree with you. It's not. Yeah, I mean, what he's done lately has just been horrendous. I do agree.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm happy, and I hope that
maybe one day you'll run for president, hopefully, and we can endorse you.
I don't know, man. I think that there's maybe some other people that are better fit for the presidency, but we'll see. You have a good rest of your day, all right?
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, you take care. You take care. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. We're changing minds. Look at that. Look at that. We're changing minds today. We got the next guest, Seamus, loading up into the box. There's a handful of you guys that I would like to thank. You guys have been very, very kind today. I'm going to take a moment to do that while we're getting that next guest loaded in here. Miss Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, Dean for president, maybe one day. Garden of Arden, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, trans woman here. Caller was wrong. Caller's logic implied a cis man can never call out transphobia. Crazy trans people will always get attention. They're sought out. Treat them like normal people. I appreciate you so much for the $10. Thank you for your input, Garden of Arden. Carter, thank you for the $5, who says, as a trans guy, please keep calling out actions that impact the trans community. You're right. We can't do it alone. Thank you so much for the support. Mad Scramble, thank you for the $10, who says, should men never call out women who want to remove women's suffrage? We fight for ourselves, but we all need allies. Ignoring loud, harmful voices just allows the opposition to weaponize them. That's a good point. Thank you for the $10, Mad Scramble. We're still looking to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, by the way. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Opophilia, thank you for the $7.77, who says, as a non-binary person who has a partner who is a trans
Shush
man...
it, sissy.
One moment.
You gotta shush it now, sissy.
Get the fuck out. Get the hell out of here. We both very much agree and appreciate your inclusive and kind commentary on our community. You're not centering the conversation. You're giving a platform to voices lesser heard. Thank you so much for the $7, Opophilia. Huge shout out to you and your partner. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. That guy just wanted to tell me to be quiet, was calling me a sissy. You know, honestly, I was just in the middle of reading something really important, so I just kind of knee-jerk kicked him. Where's he at? Hop back in that queue. I'll talk to you. I was just in the middle of reading something important, so I kicked you. Where's he at? What the hell was his name? I'm sorry. I didn't really think about that too much. I was doing something important, but I need to talk to this guy. He was calling me a sissy. He was telling me to shush it. Where the hell is he at? Where the hell is he at? Kay Willis, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents, who says, as a black man, I appreciate you for speaking out for us. That last guest was a pick me. Love you, bro. Love you too. Thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents. And then, Jenna, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Let's get 150 Jenna W's, who says, as a parent, to call out inappropriate behavior at somewhere like Disney is a good thing to do. Thank you for the $15. And then, Katie, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love, Katie. Katie says the transgender guest was trying to communicate the concept of nothing about us without us in relation to creating policies for diverse populations. But you were in the right since your position was in line with the trans community's views. Also love you, say it back. Love you too, Katie. Appreciate you for the $20. Welcome in Austin. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do a bit, yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
2005.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to thank a couple more people, and then I'm going to pass the mic off to you. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5. Who says trans / gender fluid here weighing in. This guy does not speak for the community. I agree that it is important to demonstrate how non-trans people can critique somebody like Lily without fear of coming off as transphobic. Aaron, thank you for the $5. See, my view on that is just like, it's actually really beneficial for more people to critique Lily without being transphobic. And I want to set that tone, and I think that's something I help to do, which is ultimately the benefit that conversation reaped. Thank you so much, Nikki, for the $10, who says, trans woman here. I don't have any major complaints against the Lily Tino debate you did and pretty much disagree with everything Lily Tino talked about in terms of your debate. Just wanted to give my 2 cents. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you so much for the love, Nikki. Shout out to Nikki. Rami, thank you so much for the $25. Let's get 250 Rami W's. Thank you so much for that support, Rami. Rami says, so now because you're a white cis man, you have no freedom of speech or opinion. This is BS. People just want to monetize off you. This means that you're being successful. Enjoy. Appreciate you for the love, Rami. Show some love to Rami. Jory, thank you so much for the $24 over on PayPal. He says, I'm a lefty progressive who loves and appreciates what you do. Thank you so much for the love, Jory. Avis, thank you for the $5. He says, thank you for standing up for the trans community. You did nothing wrong. Ally voices are just as important. Thank you so much for the $5. Alex, thank you for the $2. Who says, I'm a trans man and I disagree with the caller. Appreciate you so much for that love, Alex. Sammy, thank you so much for the 10. And then Miss fucking Lily, thank you so much for the $60 donation on Venmo. Lily, that is craziness. Thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to Lily down below for the $60 donation. I really, really appreciate you. Lily with a 60 says, I truly enjoy you, Parker and Santana. Thank you for sharing knowledge. It shows how one can have great knowledge at a young age. My autistic son, Josh, enjoys you and Parker as well. It's great for him to learn as he starts high school. Well, Lily, thank you so much for the love. That is so incredibly kind. And please tell Josh that I said hi. Shout out to Lily and Josh, you guys. And then Adam, thank you for the $1. Amanda, thank you so much for the $15, who says, hey, Dean, my bestie and I are at home together. Could you give us a shout out? Lilith and Amanda, shout out to you guys. Love both of you. And with that, we are all caught up on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for the crazy outpour of love and support. I'm so very grateful for you guys. We still have a couple more people to thank on PayPal than like maybe one or two on Super Chat. But before we do that, Austin, we have something that we need to address. You told me that you're 20, but your bio says you're 18.
No. I made that bio a few years ago. I just haven't changed it. So people think I'm 18. I'm 20.
Okay. All right.
But either way, 18 is still, anyways. So, I don't know why they have an issue with that.
Sounds good. Well, I mean, I get it. I get it. On my second account, it still says I'm 20 in my bio, but in all reality, I'm 21. It looks like we all have something to update here.
Yep.
That is not a 20-year-old. That is not a 20-year-old. We're going to move on to the next guest. That is not a 20-year-old. Moving on to the next guest, Kate. I just took a look at his page. He looks like maybe a sophomore in high school. Sorry, dude. If you actually are 20, you look young for your age. That will definitely serve to your advantage. Here in another 30 years, you're going to be 50 looking 30, which isn't a bad thing. And if you actually are 20, take it as a compliment, all right? Hi, do you support Trump?
I do, but I don't at the same time.
Okay, so that's a little bit contradictory. Let's try to clear that up. If the election were to be held tomorrow between Kamala Harris and Trump, who would you vote for?
So my stance has changed, but in previous elections, I've voted for Trump.
Okay, but if the election were held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who would you vote for?
It's sad to say this, but I probably wouldn't vote.
You want to vote?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that either one of them is a good pick, but that's just my general opinion as a journalist. And as a mom of two boys, I lean more towards Republican side, but...
Okay, one moment. Chat, for everybody watching, I'm actually going to leave this up to you guys. Should I have a conversation with Katie, just generally about those tendencies to lean to the right? Or should we just move on to find somebody who supports Trump? I just type debate or kick. That way I know. Either debate or kick.
Getting a few yes.
Yeah, I just don't. It wasn't really a yes or no question, so we either have to do debate or we have to do. Okay, all right. Well, Katie, I do appreciate you for coming up. A lot of people in the chat are saying, you know what? Before I do kick you, I need to ask.
Yeah.
Why do you lean to the right?
So gun rights is a major one for me. I believe that everybody should be able to protect themselves regardless of what the government's stance is on that. And then I also don't agree with half of the stuff that Biden and Obama have done in previous elections and with the military. that's a major thing with Trump that I supported. But other than that, Trump has kind of gone downhill in terms of supporting the general public. He's always been a racist. He's always been kind of more out there than any president. He doesn't really have a filter, and that's caused him a lot of issues, especially with women and women's rights. So I agree on that front. But, you know, I have a husband who works a lot of overtime. So when the no tax on overtime got brought up, I was like, okay, yeah, that's going to be beneficial for all of us. But then come this tax season, and it wasn't really that beneficial.
Okay.
And you had to wait to do taxes to get no tax on overtime, and that's what I don't agree with either.
Okay, so first and foremost, the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime is a 2-year deduction that expires next year. The Democrats also wanted no tax on tips and overtime, but they're going to implement it, and it would have been permanent. Second of all, you said that you lean right because of gun rights. Today, the GOP is anti-gun rights. Anti-gun rights, 110%. Donald Trump told his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. That's a threat against the Second Amendment. Okay, he justified the death of Alex Preddy by pointing out the fact that Alex Preddy was merely in possession of a firearm moments before he was killed, legally holstered, and legally carried. That's a violation of the Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment. So today, the GOP is not pro-gun.
Right,
the complete
today,
opposite is true.
But wasn't he supporting gun rights and all of that during his first election?
Not even. His first term, he passed unconstitutional gun reform legislation that SCOTUS struck down for violating the Second Amendment.
Okay. Well, I just believe, as you know, the general Republicans do support gun rights, so I didn't know that he didn't support
Well, that's because
gun
you
rights.
hear conservatives saying, hoorah, gun, gun, gun. Okay, but like, what really matters here? The people on the streets screaming, I love guns, or the legislators in the Oval Office in Congress advocating for policy that violates our Second Amendment and arguing that it's okay to kill citizens for merely being in possession of a firearm when it's patently unconstitutional.
Well, that's definitely not like what I support. Just because I own a gun doesn't mean I want to be shot by one.
Right, and this is why you should lean to the left on gun rights. Okay, because the left acknowledges that the Second Amendment is important. The left also acknowledges that the lives of children are important. And we have an epidemic of gun violence in this country where we have been averaging over 1.5 mass shootings a day for the last 2 years. So all the left wants to do is to pass mass shootings. All the left wants to do is to pass common sense gun reform to ensure that less children will die as a result of your Second Amendment right, while still upholding respect to your Second Amendment right. That's my position, and guess what? I'm a gun owner. I got a 9/11 in my bedside table in my bedroom.
Okay. Yeah, I own an AR-17, which they're trying to ban right now too. So, but yeah, no, I leaned more towards Trump.
Sorry, not 1 second. 9mm. I don't know why I said 9/11. 9mm. My bad, you guys.
Just too much trauma. But no,
it wasn't even a 1911. No, it was a 9mm. Jeez, God.
Yeah, I leaned more towards him for those reasons. But currently, as of the war in Iran, the gas prices, the abortion stuff that's been going on, every single thing he's done within the last 4 years has basically given me the biggest ick of my life.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that you don't support Trump. And honestly, I think it'd be a good thing for you just to kind of tune into the streams to see what I have to say about other subjects. I do appreciate you so much for coming up, Katie, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. It's kind of crazy to hear how, like these conventional conservatives are like even starting to hop off the Trump train. That's great. It's going to get the next guest loaded up in here. I've quite a few of you guys to thank over on PayPal. First and foremost, thank you so much for the $5 to Lee and Lindsay. Shout out to you two. Thank you so much, Cheyenne, Shyanne. Thank you so much for that love, Cheyenne. Cheyenne with the $25. Let's get 300. Cheyenne W says, as a trans woman, I can understand where that guest was coming from. However, people brought up Lily to us as a community before your video, and they'll continue to bring her up after. There's a difference between speaking with us and speaking over us. You didn't do anything wrong. Thank you so much for the support, Cheyenne. Show some love to Cheyenne down below in that comment section. Tobin, thank you so much for the $5. Sorry, $7. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Skylar with the $5 says, as a trans man in Alabama, I appreciate you and thank you for what you do. I don't understand that other guy's perspective because it is helpful for cis allies to debate the toxic ones among us. Thank you so much for the $5, Skylar. Thank you so much, Allison, for the $2. Hello, do you support Trump?
While I'm watching this.
Oh, no. Thank you so much, Anthony, for the $5. Kathy, thank you for the $1. Then Toby, thank you for the $10, who says, trans man here, I think that you're doing a great job. It's extremely harmful to this community to have our own members keep conversations from allies. Allies like yourself are more likely to be heard by the transphobes. Keep on doing what you do, man. Cass doesn't speak for all of us. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $10, Toby. Show some love to Toby. Jolene, thank you for the $7, who says, it's my daughter Alexa's 18th birthday today. Could I get a quick shout out for her? Happy birthday, Alexa! Happy birthday. And then, oh my God, Anonymous, thank you so much for the $150 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Anon down below in the comment section. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much for the love and support, Anon. That is so much money. Like, Jesus Christ, I do not deserve that. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Anon with a 150 says, please don't say my name. Just to keep things even, I sent Parker $100 today. Thank you so much, Anon. That is beyond kind of you, dude. Show some fucking love to Anon down below. Huge W, man. That's unreal. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we are all caught up over on PayPal for now. I think that there's maybe like 5 people to thank on Super Chat real quick. Let's just do that real quick. First and foremost, user, thank you so much for the 10 euros, who says, from London, it's fascinating to watch Dean's mind work in real time as he transitions from listening to the speaker to dissecting their entire argument. Similar to Mehdi Hassan, my favorite debater. Oh, thank you so much, user. That is such a compliment. Logger, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. And then the great Fool Band. Fool, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, you guys. Who says, wouldn't the logical entailment of this argument be that no one can criticize cis white people besides cis white people? No, because cis white people are not a marginalized community. However, the logical entailment would be that cis white people can't really criticize harm against any marginalized community, which is why I disagree with it. But thank you for the $50. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Who says, you're so patient, bro. I try my best. Glampire, thank you so much for the $10. Z, thank you for the $10. Who says, don't vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. That is the only reason why everyone voted for him over her. Many people did vote for him. There's a lot of people who hold to incredibly misogynistic beliefs that men are better at leading than women. So many people. It's unreal. Lord T, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much for that love. And with that, we're all caught up. D, Hook, and Pete, thank you guys all for the $5. And I appreciate you guys so much for the comments as well. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, yeah.
Perfect. How old are you?
Ooh. I gotta do math. 40-something. 46?
Yeah, over the age of 18. So, yeah, why do you support the worst president of your life?
That's your opinion. I got my opinion.
Yeah, that's what we're here to debate.
Why do I support Trump would be the appropriate question, I think.
Oh, okay.
I mean, do you disagree? Trump? Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Well, I just argue that the question, why do you support the worst president of your life, would be identical to the question, why do you support Trump? But, of course, that's what we're here to discuss. So take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA. Can't hear you when you go on pause, Mr. Todd.
Am I on pause?
Now you're back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So sorry. I don't necessarily support Trump, but I do support the Christian view. I'm curious of your opinion on the Christian view.
I'm agnostic. Very sympathetic to the Christian view. I wish I could be convinced that Christianity is true. I'd be a Christian tomorrow. Think that there's a way to practice Christianity that's very beneficial to the world. And I think it'd be good for more Christians to practice that version of the Christianity. Now, you came up here to debate Christianity, not Trump, and if so, I'm going to go.
No. I'm not debating Christianity. I wanted to know your viewpoint on Christianity. I wasn't debating that.
So do you support Trump because you think he's good for the Christian worldview?
I think that Trump has, between the two parties, more in line with Christian view. Yes.
Yeah, I completely disagree, man.
Okay, that's fine. And that's totally fine. I was curious about it's your opinion again, but I wanted to know your opinion. So tell me why Trump does not and why your party does. I would be interested to hear.
Well, let's just start with the question, is Trump in alignment with the Christian worldview? My answer to that question is no, and there's many reasons why. The first reason is a lot of his agenda is contradictory to what we read from the gospel. Point number one, mass deportation. He treats immigrants unfairly and unequally to citizens to the extent
hold on. I'm sorry. Just I know you got a lot, and you're very smart, intelligent, and I respect that. But let's start with number one. The first thing that you said, he does not support immigrants.
I didn't even finish my first point because you interrupted me.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Point number one, a lot of his agenda is antithetical to what we hear from the gospel. Donald Trump's mass deportation treats undocumented immigrants unfairly and unequally. My evidence would be is that he's been defending an attack on the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants by upholding illegal deportations of them with no due process. He's also defending sending many of them to Sica in El Salvador, where it's been confirmed that they're literally tortured by multiple independent human rights watches, testimony from people that have been there, like Abrigo Garcia, so on and so forth. He's very unfair to them and treats them badly rhetorically by saying that they have all escaped prisons and mental institutions and they're the poison in the blood of our country and they come here to kill people. Meanwhile, they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes. He treats them poorly because he's authorized ICE to arrest them without judicial warrants in violation of the Fourth Amendment, which protects natural right to due process, by the way. He treats them unfairly because he's authorized ICE to use racial discrimination to identify people for detention based upon the color of their skin or the accent in which they speak English. And there's about a billion other examples I could give to. This is anti-Christian because Leviticus 19 verses 34 and 33 say verbatim that you must treat the foreigner that resides among you in your land fairly and equally to the same way you treat the native born among you. That's anti-Christian. This mass deportation is anti-Christian.
All right. So undocumented illegal immigrants. You said undocumented immigrants. So they're illegal.
Okay. Well,
agree or disagree?
So when you use the word illegal, I use the word undocumented because I think the word illegal is dehumanizing, and we need to give them a little bit of their humanity back.
Again, your opinion, my opinion is they broke the law. They came into this country illegally, and that is a criminal.
You don't call all the people that break the law illegals. You call Trump president.
Oh, what did he do illegally? And
he's found guilty of 34 felonies, found guilty of raping Eugene Carroll, found guilty of lying about the valuation of his properties to a bank.
If that was true, he couldn't be president, though. I don't think.
No. Oh, well, that's not true.
Okay, so let's go to my simple point is I work with refugees, and a lot of refugees do not support illegal immigrants coming in because they waited their line in refugee camps.
Well,
they were in the
Trump,
refugee camps for 10. No, if you come here as a refugee, you have a background check from the country you refugee from, that you fled from. You have a background check in the country you fled to. You have a background check to the country you are going to. So you have lots of documentation of. Anyways, I know.
Do you want to
refugees.
respond to my point? Because you're not responding to my point that his mass deportation is antithetical to the values espoused by the Christian Bible.
Say that again.
You asked me how they're anti-Christian. I gave you an example. Respond to it. Leviticus 19 verses 34 and 33 contradict the actions of the Trump administration.
You said that he does not. The illegal immigrants is what you brought
are
up.
Treated unfairly and poorly and unequally to citizens, which contradicts the moral values espoused and taught to us in Leviticus 19
give to Caesar
verses 33 and 34 of the Bible.
Give to Caesar what is his. The first and foremost part of Christianity is you obey the law. Joe Biden, president, was my president.
You're dodging. You're dodging.
Huh?
You are dodging.
Okay, what am I dodging?
You're dodging the fact that you asked me for examples of how his administration is anti-Christian. I have many, and I've given you one that I would like you to address.
You said, and I disagreed because you said they were undocumented.
So so you disagree. So just to clarify, your claim is that you do not believe that undocumented immigrants are treated unfairly or unequally to citizens.
Undocumented immigrants are not treated fairly.
Is that true or false?
A criminal is not treated fairly. Yes, correct.
Okay. So they're not treated fairly?
They're not treated in the same process that a legal person would come across.
Okay. First and foremost, the claim
So
that undocumented immigrants... one moment. I'm sorry. I got to clarify.
Go ahead.
Claim that undocumented immigrants are all criminals is patently false. So first and foremost, a vast majority of undocumented immigrants are guilty of no criminal offense. First-time undocumented entry is not a criminal offense. It is a civil matter that, if adjudicated at all, is adjudicated in civil courts Okay, but usually they don't prosecute it in civil or criminal courts, and they just deport them. And this is why only 30% of the deportees under the Trump administration, okay, have had criminal records at all. Not to mention that they're also deporting many people who aren't even undocumented, including asylum seekers. And then also unaccompanied minors. I don't think that it's cool for you to call, little 6-year-old girls that were brought into this country then left by their parents who are technically undocumented criminals. That's sick. Also, I don't understand why you're acting as if we shouldn't be kind to the criminal who's guilty of a victimless offense that in all reality amounts to an action that makes this country better, when, according to Caesar, Jesus was a criminal himself. Now, I guess Jesus deserves to be treated unfairly, but I want you to address the point. Leviticus 19 says, and I quote, that the foreigners that reside among you in your land must be treated fairly, and they must be treated equally to the native born. Because you accept that the Trump administration is not treating undocumented immigrants fairly or equally to the native born, you accept that the Trump administration is infringing upon the moral commandment of the Lord thy God. So who are you going to defend?
So
God's moral commandment or Trump?
So you're saying fairly. Describe to me fairly.
Humanely.
You're saying, okay, if a refugee that came here illegally was arrested of a crime versus an illegal immigrant that came here, they would be treated differently. I wouldn't call it unfairly, but you're saying unfairly because the process is different and that everything there could be 100% treated differently, which you're calling unfairly, which in a view
what I'm
of
calling unfairly
Sure. Yep.
is the Trump administration infringing on the natural rights of due process of undocumented immigrants, deporting them without due process in violation of the Constitution to a place in El Salvador where they've been forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And when they fall out of exhaustion, they're then beat by the guards. What I'm calling unfairly is the Trump administration ordering ICE agents to detain people because of the color of their skin. What I'm calling unfairly is for ICE agents to murder people like Alex Preddy and then for that murder to be defended by Trump. What I'm calling unfair treatment here are these examples and many others. That is anti-Christian. What's the counter argument?
The counter argument is simply you obey the laws, and if you break the laws, then you're going to be treated a different way. And if you're treated a different way because you're a criminal, that is not unfairly, it is just.
So you think it is just to take due process away from criminals, so then how do we know they're even guilty of a crime?
Because they cross the border illegally, that is illegal.
How do we determine that without due process?
Why do they come across the border?
When people wait in line for years. You're evading my question because you know just how stupid it is. No, because you're arguing it's okay to take due process away from criminals. Well, if there's no due process, then there's no criminals, because due process is what we use to determine who is and is not a criminal. And if you thought it was so just to treat criminals unfairly, you wouldn't have made one president. You wouldn't have made one the most powerful man alive. You wouldn't have been bending the knee to one over serving the moral commandment of God.
If you cross the border,
you're telling me that people deserve to have their natural right to due process infringed on merely because they broke Caesar's law. What would Jesus have to say about that? Does Jesus say that all people deserve thy natural rights, or does Jesus say only the non-criminals deserve thy natural rights? Which one? Would Jesus be sitting here telling us that it's okay to torture people because they came into this country with illegitimate means? Or would Jesus be telling us that torture is always wrong?
So now you're saying people are being tortured that come here illegally.
Well, it's not just now. It's what I've been trying to communicate to you the whole time you've been on my stream.
Okay, I don't think that anyone's being treated.
You cut out. Are you telling us that you don't think people are being tortured?
You said people are being tortured that come here illegally.
Yes.
Okay. Example,
Abrego Garcia. Abrego Garcia was illegally deported in violation of his withholding order to CCOT in El Salvador. While in CCOT, Abrego Garcia was forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m., and he was told by the guards if he falls out of exhaustion, he's going to be beat. He was beat. He lost 30 pounds in 3 weeks. And this is not testimony exclusive to one man. This testimony has been shared by many detainees at CCOT and has been independently confirmed by about 1 billion human rights watches across the globe.
So you say one example of someone I will 100% agree. Mistakes happen. Not everybody's treated fairly. That's life. But you're saying you're giving one example of
a
someone
mistake. It was a malicious and intentional action made by a body of power over a detention facility for described terrorists.
You're applying that everybody that comes here illegally is being tortured. That's what you're applying.
No, my statement is that those in which we are deporting to CCOT are being tortured.
And I find not true.
According to whom? What's your evidence to counter mine?
There are illegal people that come here. The Trump administration.
You've already tried to pull that card. Oh, they're undocumented, therefore it's okay to torture them. What?
No, it's not okay to torture anybody.
Okay, so therefore you're saying because they're undocumented, they weren't actually tortured? That doesn't follow either.
They're undocumented. They're not tortured. There are things that happen. So you're taking one bad apple and saying that's everybody.
It's not just a bad apple because it wasn't a brash choice made by a guard to torture this one man with that guard later being fired. It is a system of torture that is true for the material conditions of all detainees at CCOT that has existed in the past and exists today and will exist in the future. Since CCOT opened, human rights watches have continued to report through demonstration and study time and time again that the people inside of CCOT are being tortured. Hundreds of people were sent to CCOT from America and thousands others from El Salvador into CCOT. The conditions in CCOT are legitimately torturous.
So give me how's it torture? I don't know about CCOT, so
I've already told you this too. I'll repeat it.
Okay.
First and foremost, they just randomly beat detainees for no fucking reason. Second of all,
hold on.
They denied detainees food. He lost 30 pounds in 3 weeks. And third of all, they're forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. and they're told if they ever fall from exhaustion that they'll be beat, and then they are.
Can we start with one? The first one?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, what was your first one? They're not fed right, or they're beat?
They're beat.
Okay. Do you think that they're beat because they just are bored and they say, let's just walk in and beat them? Or do you think they're doing anything wrong?
The first one. They're bored, so they beat them.
Okay. So that's your opinion. You don't know, if you've never worked in a jail, that people can act crazy, and sometimes you have to take control of the matter. And I'm not saying you beat someone and that's right.
But they're being told by the guards that if they fall from exhaustion, that they'll be beat. Falling from exhaustion is not acting crazy.
Okay. I don't know knowledge about this particular situation that you bring up, but my first point was simply the Christian values.
Yes, and this is anti-Christian.
And my first Christian value, I'm going to look into see what it's called. See what?
Okay, you're going to look into that. Perfect. Do you mind if I ask you another question now based on something else you said? Because I'd love to.
Yeah, what was the first? What was that name of that? I want to write it down.
CECOT. Look at.
Okay, what's the second one?
The second one? What?
You said you wanted to bring up the second point that I brought up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you said that it's okay to kind of treat criminals a little bit brash, right?
Yeah, you have to, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So then why did you make one president? Is that treating a criminal brash to give him access to the nuclear codes in the White House?
Well, I disagree that he's a criminal, and the accusations that you put on him are false accusations. He was, if he had 32 felonies against him, he could not be president, and that's the law.
Okay, what law?
You can't be born out of the country. You can't be a felon to be a president. What do you mean? What law?
Where does it say that you can't be a felon to be president? The law says that.
I have to look it up. I don't know off the top of my head, but the simple.
Why don't you take a second to look it up?
Well, because it'll go on pause if I look it up. If I swipe up, but I'll look. I will look that up. I'll look that up. All right.
So would you stop? So if he was found guilty of 34 felonies and for whatever reason was allowed to be president, would you stop supporting him?
No. Because there's Christian values. I named one. We went on the rabbit hole. Let me name one more.
So you'd still support him as president if he was a felon?
Depending on, you can have a criminal record.
Yeah.
But not be a felon or not be a criminal in the sense, because if you could have a criminal record without being a criminal, but
just moments ago? You're calling people criminals that don't have a criminal record?
No.
Which one is it? I'm so confused. Like, in one breath, you're like, they're criminals even though they don't have a criminal record. Now, in your next breath, you're saying he's not a criminal even though he has a criminal record.
You can have a criminal record and nothing be charged against you. So if I were to break a law, I have friends that have done this, and you're arrested for that. If I go Google some people, you will find all their stuff. You will not find where everything was adjudicated because
no, I'm asking you if a court like adjudicated him to have 34 felonies, they found him guilty, would you stop supporting him as president?
Based off the other values, no. Because
good call, because guess what? Here's a headline from NPR announcing the 34-count felony conviction of Donald Trump. Here's a headline from Fox News announcing the 34-count felony conviction of Donald Trump. Here's a headline from the DA's office announcing the 34-count felony conviction of Donald Trump.
Okay, so
earlier when you said that there was some law that prevents felons from being president, you were wrong.
Okay, I might be wrong. I'll admit that. That's
it's
fine.
not that you might be. The constitutional requirements for being president are as follows. You have to be at least 34 years old. You have to be born in America. And you can't be found criminally guilty of an insurrection.
Criminal guilty of an insurrection. Was he tried for that?
He was.
All right, let's go on. Abortion. That's my second point.
Okay. What branch of Christianity do you follow?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so non-denominational Baptist?
Non-denominational. But let's just say abortion.
Okay.
Is abortion? Yeah.
Do you think that abortion should be illegal?
No.
I said illegal.
Should it be illegal? Yes. Should it be legal to have an abortion? I will say you should alternatively find other means. There are people that are willing to adopt. There are thousands of people. Okay, but ultimately, if you choose to get pregnant, then that is your choice.
Yeah,
and you should, have what I say. Yeah. I'm going to use the word "suffer the consequence." It's horrible because it's not a suffer the consequence. It's a gift. But go ahead.
In the New Testament.
Yep.
Well, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
Do you think that all lies are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy, such as many denominations of Christianity believe?
So if my wife says, does this dress make me look fat? And I lie to her and say no, and it does. Is that a lie versus standing on the stand saying, did you see this guy?
You're not answering my question.
I am answering your question. You said, are all lies equal? And I said, when my wife asked me
that's actually not what I asked you. I said, are all sins identical in the eyes of God?
Sins. I thought you said lies. Sins are... yes, all sins are identical, but all sins have different consequences.
Why would they have different consequences if they're identical?
Well, if I sin and I say, you know what, I'm going to go have an affair with my wife, and my wife forgives me, but the woman I had an affair with got pregnant, that has a consequence. Even though I'm forgiven and I do all the things that are necessary as a Christian.
So you're talking about naturalistic consequences.
Naturalistic consequence. Yes, 100%. That's what consequence is.
Yeah, if all sins are identical in the eyes of God, and that's a consequence to earth, not to God.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me ask you this question.
Go.
Should it be illegal to lie to your child by telling them that Santa Claus exists?
And that is exactly why I said, does my dress make me look fat?
Can I get a yes or no, please?
Is it a lot? Ask the question again.
Should it be illegal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus?
That's a tough one. It could be a lie because obviously I know a lot of people that do it. Santa Claus,
definitionally speaking, the definition of the word lie is to intentionally tell somebody something that is false.
Something that's not true. Yeah, I know what a lie is. And
by definition, it's a lie.
I mean, it's a gotcha trap. So 100% it's a lie.
A very simple question will never be a gotcha trap unless your worldview is ideologically and rationally incoherent.
So you're asking, is it a lie?
Do you think it should be illegal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus?
It should not be illegal.
Okay. If all sins are identical in the eyes of God, why should the sin of lying be legal, yet the sin of abortion be illegal? The question would be, well, what separates the two sins? What makes one worse? But you don't think there's any separation. You don't think one is worse because you think they're identical in the eyes of your divine perfect standard of morality.
It's motive. A lot of it has to do with motive. My motive is to inspire kids and to make them dream and big. And hey, this is something that we celebrate. But if you're lying,
well, that's not a standard in the Bible. Nowhere inside of the Bible does it say the reason why you sin makes the sin better or worse.
Yeah, I know, but you're using an example.
So you're telling me here the reason why you think that we should make one sin legal and the other illegal is something rooted within your own personal preferences, not the divine standard of morality that's always right, that standard being God. So do you see here how actually it is not the Christian view at all to advocate for the abolition of abortion legally, because we cannot effectively apply the Bible to a criminal justice system, because a criminal justice system necessitates nuance surrounding the level of wrongness that we attach to a crime to then justify sending somebody to jail for 10 years over it, giving them a slap on a wrist, or letting it be legal. The Christian Bible doesn't give us that nuance, because the Christian Bible just tells us things that are sins and things that aren't sins. So when you tell me that it should be illegal to get an abortion because it's a sin in the Christian Bible, you contradict yourself the moment you tell me that it should not be a sin to tell your child that Santa Claus exists, even though it should not be illegal to tell your child that Santa Claus exists. My apologies. Even though you know it's a sin in the eyes of the Christian Bible. So when you're sitting here telling me that it's a pro-Christian worldview to criminalize access to abortion, no, it's not.
Okay, so I go back to the MO. It's literally, you can lie to deceive people into bringing yourself good. And you can lie to not bring someone good, but simply, hey, I'm going to tell you, you look great in that dress.
Where is that nuance found in the Bible?
That nuance isn't found in the Bible, but what you're doing
so
is
then it's
bringing
not
a
a Christian view. Then it's not a Christian view. It's your view, sure, but it's not a Christian view because it's not found in the Bible.
So
stop using your personal opinions, to navigate the objectivity surrounding the immorality described to be true of abortion and justify banning it in reference to the Christian worldview. Because this has nothing to do with the gospel. This has nothing to do with God or his moral standards. This only is your opinion alone. Stop calling it the Christian worldview that we need to ban abortion.
Okay, I disagree. But do you let people on here easily?
What's that?
Do you let people on here easily? Because I just asked to join and I got joined. I'm shocked that I did. It's really cool. I do have to go, but I'm going to come back. No.
One last question.
Go ahead.
Okay, 60 seconds tops, and then you could hit
Go ahead.
the road.
Go.
Okay, you said it was the Christian view to want to legally ban abortion. Only pulling from the Bible and the Bible alone, explain to me how we solved the dilemma of banning some sins, but not banning other sins, like banning abortion, but not banning lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus, without mentioning your personal opinions. How do we solve that dilemma in reference to the Christian Bible?
So you're saying a lie should be criminally offensive or criminally justified?
I'm not making any prescriptive statement on what should be the case. I'm asking a question. From the perspective of the Bible and the Bible alone, how do we overcome the dilemma of arguing that if we want to ban things because they're sins, that we risk being very illogical because we don't want to ban other things regardless of the fact that they're a sin? How do you justify wanting to criminalize abortion because it's a sin while not wanting to criminalize telling your child that Santa Claus exists regardless of the fact that it's a sin when you simultaneously believe that all sins are equal? How do you overcome this logical dilemma? Only speak from the perspective of the Bible. Do not speak from the perspective of anything else. Because the moment that you start speaking from the perspective of anything else, you're no longer speaking from the Christian worldview.
So simply, you are not harming or hurting a child by telling them there's a Santa Claus and having presents on the couch show up randomly and telling them Santa Claus came and then taking them to see fake Santa Claus. It's a huge lie. It's something I don't do and I don't agree with. So that's why I'm entertaining your
So the argument is that abortion is worse
than
than lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus? Where does it say that in the Bible? It doesn't.
No,
So then you're not giving me an argument from the Christian worldview. You're sharing your opinion. That's not the Christian worldview.
Well,
unless it aligns with the Bible.
I love watching you. I think you're intelligent. I'm going to come back and do this again. Dean, I appreciate you letting me on, and I will do this again. I promise this is fun, and I will come back and debate you a little bit more. It's fun. One thing I will say, let me just finish with this. This is one thing I think that everybody should 100% take a thing. I don't hate you. I disagree with you a lot, and I know you disagree with me. But one thing that I really hate is that we can't disagree and have conversation. So
we're just having conversation.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying the rest of the world. The rest of the world, the media and everyone else separates us because you don't think like me and I don't think like you, and we all hate each other. Because of that, I hate that. That's why I came on here. I wanted to have a conversation with you. And
I don't know. It doesn't seem like you want to have a conversation with pro-choice women. It seems like you just want to vote for legislation and prevent them from accessing abortion.
Okay, that's your opinion, but my 100%.
You're the one that doesn't want to have the convo. You just want to turn around and
No,
tell
I'm
your
simply
fucking
saying
state
that
legislators
we need to have
take
more
women's access to
conversations
healthcare.
and not have hate towards people, even though they have disagreements. That's something that really bothers me, and I think that we all need to get better at.
I would say it's worse for you to. I would say that it's worse for you to ban a woman's access to abortion than it is to hate a woman because she wants an abortion.
I don't hate anyone. I don't hate anyone for wanting to have an abortion.
I know, but you're sitting here saying
no.
That
You just
I
told
hate
me.
the fact
You just
that we
said
all
that.
hate
You
each
just
other
said
and
that.
can't have conversation. It is worse for you to want to legally ban a woman's access to abortion than it would be for you to hate a woman because she got an abortion.
I never said I hate anyone that had an abortion or that wants to get one.
I'm just saying that you're doing something
I
worse than hating somebody because you have a disagreement. You're taking their freedoms away. You're taking their right to bodily autonomy away. You're restricting their access. That's worse than hating somebody.
That's a whole nother discussion. But again, appreciate you. We'll be back. I hope you accept me back.
Yeah. Take care.
You too.
Welcome in, Parker. How you doing?
What's good? What's good? Just got done posting all my videos and get everything set up. How the debates been while I've been gone?
I feel pretty locked in today. I feel like I'm cooking. So pretty good.
Locked in. He's
yeah,
locked.
pretty
Okay.
good. I feel like I'm pretty locked in. So pretty good. That's how the debates are doing today. Pretty good. Let's go to get the next one going. By the way, great time. Yo, line of the game. Thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. By the way, great timing, Parker, because I kind of got to go pee. So you came up here at like the perfect moment. Wyatt, what's up? Do you support Trump? Wyatt, you got 5 seconds? Okay, Wyatt's not here. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $20. DK, appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get 200 DKWs who said, did God commit abortion when he destroyed pregnant women in Sodom and Gomorrah? Well, actually, DK, there's an even more direct reference in Numbers 5 where he's just straight up like, abortion's okay.
I love you, Dean. Dean,
Or he's just straight up, whoa. Or it's just straight up like, abortion's okay if your wife cheats on you and gets pregnant. Jesus Christ. Listen, dude. Okay, like, whatever. You tell me you love me. That's fine. Don't say that other things. Jesus. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. Yeah, I actually voted for Trump 3 times, but been watching you and Parker, and because of y'all, I actually voted blue in my state of Texas, so keep doing the good fight. Appreciate what you've been doing, man.
You vote in the Democratic primaries?
I did. Sure did. Yep. I am a registered Republican, but voting blue from now on because you guys just make too much sense. The rest of these fucking Trump supporters, man, I can't be a part of this movement anymore. I regret it full stop.
Oh my God. Republican in Texas voting blue because of the streams. That's
thanks to you two, both you guys.
Huge.
So keep doing it, man.
Man, thank you for sharing that with us. You have a good rest of your day, all right?
You too, man. Take care.
Dude, that's actually so huge, Parker. Influencing Republicans in Texas to vote blue in the midterms is probably the most meaningful thing we could do. That is huge, bro. That is so undeniably huge. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, ask me. I would have made more.
5 seconds. Do you support Trump? Hello, Dean Withers is a bum. Do you support Trump?
Because
No. Somebody got
The
yelled at there.
fetuses always love making like account names like that. I've figured out it's always a fetus if they have a Dean profile picture like that, and it's kind of absurd like that.
That's funny. Luke, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
January.
Cool, dude. I'm going to thank a couple people here real quick. First and foremost, Miss Tori. Oh, my goodness gracious. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, Tori. Let's get 500 W's for Tori down below. Tori with the 50 says, my favorite argument with Christians when it comes to abortion is this. If it's wrong, why did God unalive the firstborn of every family in the book of Exodus? Also, I was in foster care. There are hundreds of thousands of children stuck in that system. Absolutely, Tori. Good argument. Thank you for the $50. Shout out to you. Show some love to Tori down below in that comment section. Thank you for the $10. Matthew says, many of the things Republicans, especially Trump supporters, are not matters of opinion, but ethics and morals. Absolutely. Thank you for the 10, as well as thank you for the 10. Relax, who says, problem is some Christians don't read the Bible, read the church fathers, or study Christian doctrine so that they then superimpose their own beliefs into Christianity and convince themselves that God agrees. I literally couldn't have said it better myself. That is such like a well-articulated statement. Relaxed. I agree with every word you said. And then Acoustic Priest, thank you for the $5, who says, have a great time on our governor, Andy Bashir's podcast. He's a great example of Christianity for the MAGA folk. Thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you so much. I actually went on his podcast like 2 days ago. Yeah, he was great, man. I like to research his policy, but I think I'm a big fan of him for what I know about him. Cynthia, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Cynthia down below, who says, thank you for defending women. Well, thank you so much for the support, Cynthia. Show some love to Cynthia down below. Matthew, thank you for the $10. And then Carrie, thank you so much for another $50 donation over on Venmo. Dropping another salute emoji. Let's get 500 W's for the Queen Carrie down below in that comment section. That is ridiculously kind of you. Ramona, thank you for the 5. I'll look into that. And then Caitlin, thank you so much for the $20, who says, Dean, I listen to you often and I don't support you enough. Yes, this is my second donation of the day. Caitlin, bro, that's so kind of you. As somebody, a nurse who has to work with the general public, I don't know how you maintain such composure. It's hard. Cheers to you, man, and all that you do. It took me like 3 years to learn how to like keep my composure. I don't blame you, Caitlin. Thank you for the $20. And then same thing to, oh my fucking God, Abigail. Thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. That is crazy, Abigail. Let's get 2,000 Abigail W's. That is ridiculous. That is so much money. I don't deserve that. God damn. Abigail with 150 says, I enjoy listening to your stream every day. It's scary to hear how uneducated some individuals are and unwilling they are to listen and to accept the facts. You make great points and it goes on deaf ears. That last caller was very annoying. Sounds like he's holier than thou. Thank you so much for the $150, Abigail. Ridiculously kind of you. And thank you for the kind words as well. Nicole, thank you for the $20, who says, this guy needs reminded that they have been snatching immigrants at courthouses that are following the process. Yup. Legal asylum seekers to Nicole. Great point. Thank you for the 20. Andrew, thank you for the $10. Then Erica, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Let's get 150 Erica W's. Then Catherine, thank you for the $10. She says, advocating for you to take a few days off, get a little rest. I'm going to California for my girlfriend's birthday, like day after tomorrow. I'll be getting some great relaxing rest. Then Marquavius, I'm just going to call you M. M, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love, M. Let's get 500 MWs. M says, me and my trans partner watch you nightly. Thank you for what you do, and thanks for being a progressive. M, I know that you've sent me a donation before. Shout out to you and your partner, and thank you so much for the love. And then of course, Ben, thank you for the $3 as well. Look at that. We are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal here. Thank you for the $20. Mandy, who says, I'm also agnostic, but I think it should be noted that the Christian worldview, that sin is something that you do when you believe that something that you believe may be wrong. So i.e. sharing Santa Claus isn't sin if you believe it is good. Limit to text. I don't think that's true to be. I don't think that's to be true of the Christian worldview. Like, I don't think that indoctrinated Hitler youth that thought it was good to kill Jewish people weren't sinning, for instance. But thank you for the $20, Mandy. Caroline, thank you so much for the $15. So some love to Caroline. Then Anthony and Abram, thank you both for the $10. Abram says, Dean, thanks for defending immigrants like me. Thank you for the support, Abram. Then Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. He says, point number 1, thank you for speaking up for trans folk. Point number 2, fuck that guest cast. They most certainly do not speak for all trans folk. They definitely don't speak for me. I'm trans. And they also don't get to dictate when you're allowed to contribute to the healthy growth of society. Thank you so much for the love, Anthony. Lindsay, thank you for the 5. And then Lee, thank you for the 5. And with that, we are all caught up. Appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on YT, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen here as well. If you'd like to ask me a question, the message feature on those donos is a great way to do it. I love to answer it. It could be about anything and everything. I'm going to go pee. Appreciate you for your patience, Luke. Appreciate everyone for your patience. Take it away, Luke. Tell Parker why the hell you support Trump as president. And for everyone else watching, I'll be back in like 60 seconds.
Dude, how often does he read those?
In between every person, is that why? Was it too much for you?
That is insane, dude. You're like a cult leader. Like, that's an insane amount of money.
Actually, I would say I'm the cult
now
leader.
I may have to hold off going pee.
Actually, I'm the cult leader. Did you know that? Why do you think Dean's the cult leader?
Yeah, I got to stick around for this one.
He read the notifications like I didn't hear you read it. I mean, maybe you get the same amount. I don't know.
Why am I a cult leader? Because people enjoy what I do and want to support it.
So it's
dude, they're not even
good enough
talking.
cult leader for you, Luke.
So much money, it's just crazy. I think it's cool. I don't know.
I'm very grateful for those in which support me and support the stream. I'm also very privileged, and I recognize that privilege. I don't think that makes me a cult leader, though. I just think that makes you jealous if you think it makes me a cult leader.
No, dude. I'm not jealous. I just think it's cool.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to go pee. Be right back. Whenever.
Dean, it is cool. Like, apparently, you're the cult leader, and I'm not. I'm sad.
So real.
I strive to be like a cult leader like you, man.
Nah, dude, you guys are both at the top, dude.
Okay, Luke, why do you support Trump?
I just think I met him before in person, and he just has like a certain charisma about him. I think he's cool.
Are you trolling?
No.
What do you mean you met him in person? He has a certain charisma. You're
like,
like,
yeah, like he like controls.
You unironically just said he has aura in a different way.
Yeah, like he has leader qualities. Yeah.
Yeah, like what qualities specifically?
Like he can control a room. He has like a crazy presence.
He can control a room. What do you mean by that?
Like we were in this big auditorium, and it was just him, and he was just talking to control, and I was like, wow, this guy's a leader. I like him.
So, do you not know that's what Dean's doing when there's 14,000 people listening?
Yeah, I thought that was sick.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, I'm watching the stream too, dude.
So you know the same thing happens when Kamala Harris speaks too, and the same thing with Joe Biden. And
yeah, I don't know.
Basically every politician ever.
I haven't met them, so that's just why I support Trump.
Okay, that's not a good reason to support Trump. Can you name like a policy as a reason as to why you support him?
Do I need more than that?
Yes, you do need a policy.
Is that like a rule?
Yeah, it is. Because otherwise,
most people in this country are
unreasonable.
voting on a policy.
Luke, otherwise you're going to be unreasonable.
How is that unreasonable?
Because you don't have you don't have any policy, any evidence, or any justification for your position at all. Just like you feel like it because you met him and you liked him.
I feel like that's enough. Is it not?
Dean, he thinks the reason why he supports Trump is because he met him and he likes him, his charisma, and it's nice.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all he said. I think he's trolling.
I kind of heard. Well, I don't know. You said that you're 18. You just turned 18 in January.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could just be like an immature position. First thing I'll say is I'd argue that pretty much anyone who's ever gotten to run for a party for the presidency has the ability to control a room. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Every person who's ever like been able to be the nominee of the Democratic or Republican parties had that ability. That is the foundational prerequisite. Okay? That's not enough reason to support Trump as president, because then you just support anybody as president if they were able to get to the level of being the official endorsement from the Democratic or Republican Party. That's just politics 101. If you don't have that ability, you're never running for president. You have to have that ability.
I think that Trump just has more conviction when he speaks than Kamala. That's just my
I don't
personal
care
opinion.
how much conviction somebody has when they speak. Of what they speak is not in the best interest of this country.
I do believe he has the best interest of this country, and I feel like he is the best person to hold that position.
But I would assume if I were to ask you for your favorite Trump policy, you wouldn't be able to answer the question, right?
I don't know.
I already asked him that question. He had no clue.
I like the tariffs. I feel like it builds more,
All right, Luke.
business in our own country.
Luke, what is a tariff?
It's a tax on imports.
Okay, who pays that tax?
Yeah, that's the whole question, right? It's like, oh, do they have to pay it, or do we end up paying it? But they have to pay it.
No.
In literal terms, they do have to pay.
Paid by American consumers mostly, directly paid by U.S. importers, which are American businesses importing the products.
I could give you a great argument here.
96% paid by the U.S., 4% paid by foreign countries, and most of it is paid by U.S. consumers. So that means you're paying for it.
Okay,
Momo!
but if the price is getting higher, maybe it can get to a point where we can start making our own products instead of having to use, foreign products, which would be pretty sick.
Wrong with getting products from other countries?
What?
What's wrong with getting products from other countries?
I don't know. I just feel like we're not producing as much. And I know trade's always good, but I feel like China and other countries
I mean,
have
if this is
better-
going to be your statement, why does Trump sell products made in China?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, but right now there's just not enough production in the United States. Trying to start a movement, I guess.
Okay, so did you know that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's news. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Okay, so given that that's true, would you say that that would be a reason to say that he has not really brought back manufacturing investment to this country?
How far has it gone down?
I mean, Dean could pop it up on the screen. It's gone down by a sizable share since Biden was in office.
Yeah, it's gone down every quarter. Every quarter after 3 years of only going up.
And that's his decision?
I mean, that's been the outcome of his policy.
Yeah.
What policy did... Oh, that's crazy.
Tariffs. Because they've increased the cost of manufacturing in this country by increasing the cost of materials, while also simultaneously decreasing our ability to increase investment by reducing the interest rates, because the inflation was still above the 2% threshold. So it kind of put us in a weird position in the economy where we didn't really have much to be able to help out the investment.
So what's the solution?
Stop supporting Trump's policy. If we didn't go to war with Iran and we weren't supporting tariff policy, there would be a lot less upward pressure on inflation.
That's a good point, yeah. I mean, the war with Iran, really, I just wanted to come here and, I thought it was crazy how much money he was making and stuff, but...
Okay, you really want to debate?
Yeah, honestly, I thought that was the craziest part. I thought it was really cool.
Okay.
I
appreciate you for coming up, Luke. Hey, Liam!
You just dropped that fucking guy.
Hey, Liam! Do you remember...
What's up?
Do you remember when you got absolutely destroyed in that push-up competition the day before yesterday?
No, I don't actually remember
you don't remember when I did 87 push-ups and you did 25?
87 push-ups. You didn't even do one push-up, correct?
Well, that's clearly bullshit.
I have all the DMs to prove it.
Wait, DMs wouldn't prove that I didn't do one
you got
push-up. A video of me not doing one push-up would prove that I didn't do one push-up.
Liam, you got cooked, buddy. You can't do more push-ups than
Dude,
Dean fucking Withers.
Parker,
You
listen.
got destroyed.
Parker, listen
you
to
got
me.
cooked
Dean
so
Withers
hard.
destroyed you in a push-up.
Oh, wait a minute.
Dean Withers destroyed you, bro. It was
I have to get this out.
Dean Withers demolished
Calm
you,
down,
bro.
Calm down. So Parker, listen.
Dean
Withers is
Shh. Beta, be quiet. Shh. He's lagging. I'm making your internet lag. That's how much of an alpha chat I am.
Bagabobo. I tell you that, Bagabobo.
No, I'm not. I'm on vacay. So anyway, I got my driver with me. I'm in my supercar. I have a driver. I'm so wealthy. I have a driver.
Yeah, you're in a fucking
Uber,
Uber, right?
on, Liam. Turn your camera on.
Okay, I'll turn it on right now. Say hi to my driver. Was it? You're idiots. Okay. Anyway, I'm back. Car is not moving. I'm shotgun. Yeah. What else? So listen, Dean, if you were like president of like Toys R Us, I think that Parker would be like secretary of soy. I'm figuring it out. Like what his position would be. Secretary of stupidity or soy. I don't know. He would probably fight for those two positions.
Is this just anger because of how badly you got beat in the push-up competition?
No, I just don't know why Parker is even speaking when you and I are talking. He's He should just mute.
You're just
and
getting
just listen
mad at
and
Parker
learn.
because you lost a
He
push-up
should do
contest.
curl. He should do curls. No, he should
Liam,
do
look
curls
at
and
your
listen to the
account.
men speak.
Liam, look at your account. You would put me on your background of your live stream. You were obsessed with me. You got dunked
I
on
wanted
by
to show
Withers
the world
in a push-up contest.
I wanted to show
Liam,
the world.
Liam, you got dog walked by Dean Withers in a push-up contest. Shut
No,
up.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I told you.
Actually,
I told
you got dog walked.
I
By
told
Dean
you what the
fucking
terms
Withers.
were. Okay.
Dean Withers mogged you, bro.
Not even close, bro. Not even close.
Brain mogged by Dean Withers, bro.
What is this mog? What are you, a 16-year-old, or what is this?
Dude, you just got literally mogged, bro. How does it feel?
90 push-ups
Thank you
to 25.
so much for the $50.
90
over at
push-ups
Cash App.
to 25.
Thank you so much.
90 push-ups to 25, Liam.
I like scoreboard, Liam.
Thank you for the $40.
Scoreboard.
Oh, he's crashing out because he can only do 25 push-ups.
I don't need the $40. Thank you though for it. I know there's no flags.
You could only do 25 push-ups, Liam. Get mogged.
Dude, I can do a shit ton. I'm also twice
Then why
your
the
fucking
fuck
age,
didn't
and I can
you?
still beat you, bro.
Wait. Then why didn't you?
Listen, why?
Answer
why
my question. If you could do more than 25 push-ups, then why didn't you?
Because you got to keep the people wanting more, okay?
Oh, so you chose to lose the push-up competition?
I did not lose the competition.
Yes, you did, because I did more push-ups than you.
What's the first set?
Wait, Liam,
What's
Liam.
the first set? Wait.
Liam, could you explain how someone could win a
Why
push-up
are you
contest?
talking, dude? Why are you talking?
Liam, could you
Why are
explain
you
how someone
talking,
could,
Parker?
Could you explain how someone could win a push-up contest?
Parker, nobody wants to hear from you. The
Answer
men
his
are
question.
speaking,
Stop
okay?
being scared.
Could you
Explain how somebody
someone
could lose a push-up
win a
competition.
push-up contest?
Or win a push-up competition. Explain to us how somebody could win a push-up competition.
First of all, there has to be a form. You have to go off a form. That's for one thing. And then you're going to go push-up for push-up. You're going to put both cameras on, and you're going to go until one person cannot do as many as the other one. But the form has to be equal. Okay.
Thank you for the motorcycle.
Yeah.
So yeah, it has.
Liam,
it has
Dean
to be done.
Withers
It
did
has to
more
be done
push-ups than
correctly.
you, buddy. Get mobbed.
You can't
Get
be.
fucking mobbed.
You
Get
can't be
dog walked,
blaming
buddy.
that
You
your
lost.
cat is
You
getting
won.
in the way.
By definition that you
No.
just listed, bro.
Shut up,
He won. How
Parker.
does
We're
it
not
feel,
talking
buddy?
to you. The
Get
men are
fucking dog
speaking.
walked.
Parker.
You're a flopper, bro. How does it feel? How does it feel? You're a flopper, bro. You flop like a fish. Get boxed, buddy.
I just kicked them. Let's go to move on to the next guest. I just can't let him live that one down. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Mogged, Liam! Mogged! Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. On the opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be MAGA, please, thank you. Make sure that you're following our rules. All right, he's never going to live that one down. If you ever see Liam anywhere on TikTok ever, make sure to remind him that he got mogged in a push-up competition by Dean fucking Withers. Please and thank you. Moving on to the next Trump supporter, Cynthia. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, Cynthia. Do you support Trump? Cynthia's not here. Okay, perfect. Moving on to the next guest. Okay, we got Aiden loading up into the box. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
What year were you born in?
2008.
It's what month?
January.
Perfect. I'm going to go thank a couple people here real quick, and then we'll hop into the debate. Des, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, Liam didn't even follow your form once and was out of breath. Dean beat Liam. Yeah, he got mogged. Thank you for the $15 test. Let's get 150 test W's, as well as let's get 500 Steve W's for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love and support, bro. Steve with a 50 says, keep up the great work and changing people's minds. Buy something nice for your cat. Oh, thank you so much, Steve. I am actually going to buy her a new little cat jungle thing with a bed in it to put in the bedroom. It's a great thing. Thank you for the $50, Steve. Haley with a $5 saying Momo for president. Then Lindsay with a $5 saying treats for Momo. Thank you so much, you guys. And then Hugh, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 300 Hugh W's down below in the comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Katie, thank you for the $20, who says, just want to say that abortion bans actually increase maternal and fetal demise, as well as violent death-related homicides and self-exit. If the right really cared about precious human life, they'd support abortions. Praise the cult of Dean and Barker. Thank you so much for the $20 and the Truth Nuke. You're absolutely right, by the way. Margaret, thank you for the $25, who says thank you. Well, thank you, Margaret, once again. Thank you so much for the support. Then Shannon with the $10, paying the cult dues. Appreciate you. Tiara, thank you so much for the $10, who says love listening to you. Thank you so much. And then Carrie, oh, excuse me. Excuse me again. Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Oh my goodness, Carrie. Carrie with the $50 says, wait, I haven't sent anything for the girlfriend's birthday lately, which is this. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Carrie. I will definitely be spending that on her when we're out there in California. That is so very, very kind of you. Let's get another 500 W's for Carrie. Then Marissa, thank you for the 5. And then Delaney, thank you so much for the 10. We're all caught up over there. Over on YouTube Super Chat. Sir, thank you so much for the 20 gifted membership subs. Dude, that is wild shit. Thank you so much for the love. Let's see here. Izza, thank you for the $10. She says, first time watching, and I love your clear and informed views on Christianity. I lean right and don't fully agree. Still, your knowledge stands out to me. Keep up the great work. Izza, if you watch for like a couple weeks, I'll get you leaning left. Thank you for the $10, especially with an open mind like that. Love to hear it. Love to see it. Couple other people that I do want to thank you. Thank you so much for the $5, Brendan, who says, Rocky returns. Appreciate you so much for that love. Eli, thank you so much for the $14 on PayPal. He says, petition for Momo Cam. Should we do that, chat? Should we get a Momo Cam? Thank you for the $14, Eli. Mike, thank you for the $5. And then Haley, thank you for the $14 as well, who says, Momo for president. We love you, Momo. Bro, Momo is the fan favorite. More like than me. Dwayne, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who says, Matthew 25:40, where Jesus says, truly I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. These MAGA are essentially responsible for torturing Jesus. Deadass, Dwayne. That's a direct implication from the scripture. Isabella with a 10 says, I've been watching for a while. Love your debates. Oh, thank you so much for the love and support, Isabella. And Buzz, thank you for the $1. And with that, we're all caught up for now. Take it away. Never mind.
They left. Yes, Momo Cam is a good idea. I like the Momo Cam idea.
Yeah, the thing is that she's just
You're
not
a cowardly
always...
lion.
What?
Love you, Dean.
Oh.
No, bro. Don't mention the cowardly lion. No, man. There's like a couple banned topics in the stream, and that's one of them. That's one of them.
I know another one. It starts with a P.
Why would you do that? I don't know. I'm sorry.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
PUP.
All right, buddy. Moving on to Danny. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please. All right, guys. We got the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Wise Ben loading up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump?
Of course I do, 100% of the way.
How do you?
What's going on, Dean? Tell me.
How do you?
25 years old, he, him. From the center of the United States, Texas.
And you support Donald J. Trump?
I support Donald J. Trump 100% of the way.
Super embarrassing. Why you really shouldn't. He's the worst president of your life. Why are you MAGA?
If I could pick one man to represent all of us, be the face of the United States of America, I'm picking Donald J. Trump 100% of the way. I don't regret my vote one bit. I would do it again. If I'm back in line, I'm going to vote Donald Trump again because I like him being the face of the United States. He represents what it means to be masculine. Golf is a masculine sport. Donald Trump is an example of ultra masculinity, and so is Tiger Woods. And we definitely have to bring back masculinity. The left side, they're trying to demasculate men nowadays, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm telling you, Dean, you got to explain something to me. Are you a masculine man? Do you believe that we should educate people to be ultra masculine?
I'm literally Chad himself.
And do you believe golf is a masculine sport?
Do I believe that golf is a masculine sport? I don't actually particularly see golf to be masculine or feminine. It just kind of is.
Base!
Golf is the most masculine sport.
I I don't know if I don't think it is.
How is golf not a masculine sport?
You're just hitting balls, bro.
Yeah, it's nor masculine or feminine.
Wait.
Golf is the most masculine sport. Tiger Woods.
I just want to clarify. You think that focusing on balls is super masculine?
Well, we get. What do you mean by balls? What kind of balls?
Well, you were talking about golf here, so you think that focusing on balls, trying to do your best to just hit them right in that sweet spot, put them in the hole, is super masculine.
That is masculine. That can't get any more masculine than that.
Yeah, you're troll. Get off my stream.
But golf is.
Golf is number one most masculine thing that's ever existed on the planet. Golf, number one masculine thing. I've never seen something more masculine than golf.
Oh, what's up? D-Sport Chop?
I was actually going to ask a question. My family has been hardcore Republicans, and I just turned 18 in July, and I want to ask you a question, because coming from my family, I've learned some of the Republican parts, but I kind of want to hear some points from you on to, if I want to pick the Democratic Party and just kind of like what you believe in.
Hell yeah. Well, if you want a good idea of what I believe in, I just recommend watching the stream, Braden. I appreciate you so much for coming up, but that is like what it means to watch my stream. What it means to watch the stream is to learn what I believe in. So I think that's a super, I just seriously recommend listening. And I appreciate you for coming up, and I appreciate you for being open-minded. Do you support Trump, Braden?
Oh my God.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Hello, Aiden. Have you been up here before?
Yes, bro. My shit crashed right as I got up.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Yeah, well, take it away, Aiden. Tell us why you're MAGA.
I just feel like the main reason why is because Trump has more money. I feel like because he has more money, he could do more for us. And that's just so much better.
Come on, bro. You got to be trolling.
For us. No, for real. I feel like when you got more money, compared to the other side, you can do more for us and you can create more for the economy and stuff.
Well, when a president wants to do something for the country, they don't spend money on doing it. They pass laws through Congress and they use public funding collected through taxable revenue.
That doesn't help with money, though.
What?
Aiden, I have a question. Who would you prefer to be president of the United States, yourself or Jeffrey Epstein, when he was alive?
Dude, me, I feel like I could be a president if I really wanted to.
Okay, but do you have more money than he did?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. A little bit.
So
I feel like, no. Well,
I don't think that just having money...
Jeffrey Epstein got his money from other people. He didn't get it from himself.
The point that I'm making is that money itself is not a metric for determining who's a better presidential candidate in of itself. So tell us why you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, for example.
Emily, do you support Trump?
What is Emily doing here?
Emily, do you support Trump?
Emily, back me up on this.
Give me a second.
Emily, back me up on this.
Emily, how old are you? I think that he's trolling. Emily, I could give you a second.
Sorry, one second.
How old are you? Before I give you a second, just say it real quick.
I'm 8. Give me a second. Sorry. Sorry. I'm
Age.
18. I was born 2008, March 4th.
Okay, so you just turned 18.
Yeah.
You're driving on. Do you have a driver's license? I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have one?
I do not. I live with my parents, and they didn't let me have a driver's license. They won't let me go to college. That's why I want to come on here, because my parents, they have been MAGA my whole life, but I just had some questions about certain things.
I'm sorry, Emily. I would love to take your questions, but I don't believe that you're 18, so we're going to move on to that next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. I'm sorry, Emily. Poor kid. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Do you support Trump?
No.
Base! But we're only looking for Trump supporter. Shout out to you. We're going to go put the rules back up on the phone screen, folks. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA in order to join that live stream. If you want to support me and support the stream or ask a question about anything, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal on the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and the handle. It's at the top of the phone screen. A great way to support what we do while maybe asking a question and learning something a little bit more. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Okay. All right. We got a couple people loading in. Midnight, you got banned earlier for misinformation. How does it feel to know that you were wrong?
How does it feel to have my appeal approved because I was in the right?
Your appeal got approved?
Yes, sir.
I wonder what that means for me. Never thought about that.
It
when
means
you get taken down,
one
moment. When you get taken down for misinformation, I get a flag on my life for misinformation. But if your ban gets approved, does that mean that flag is lifted off of the stream? What do you think it means, Parker?
I would assume that it's probably not.
Yeah. That would be the TikTok way to do things. So Midnight, I think if we're going to continue the conversation that we're having earlier, we're going to need to address a couple things, particularly your inability to stay on any given topic. What we watched earlier, you were the first guest of the stream, you're up here for a little bit, was continuous pivots and shifting of the goalpost every time I was able to demonstrate an inconsistency or failure within your belief system as it would relate for your support of Trump. So I think if I'm going to continue that dialogue with you, you're just going to have to commit to being willing to stay on a point even if you're losing the debate on said point.
No, I didn't pivot at all. Okay, you
sound like you're talking to me through a toaster. Can you fix that?
Hold on a second.
Fix the toaster, Midnight. Fix the toaster.
1 second. Is that better, Dean?
Yeah, you fixed the toaster. So can you commit to not pivoting?
First of all, I would never pivoted. You accused me of not believing in civil courts, and I was making a point. Second of all, you played a recording of Eugene Carroll proving my point that she claimed that people think grape is hot. And then Anderson Cooper goes, I think most people would think it's a horrific event. Well, some people think it. Yeah, no, Eugene, only you would think
Her
that.
name is Eugene, 1. 2,
Whatever.
she didn't
Parker,
say
Parker,
that.
please. Parker,
Hey,
Peter.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. She didn't say that. You're misquoting her. She was saying that other people think that, and that's a bad thing that perpetuates grape culture. But, I mean, you don't understand context or the ability to watch something for more than a few minutes, so I doubt you'd be able to comprehend that context.
We actually disagree,
no.
Parker. I think that he can understand that context perfectly fine. He just refuses to because it's not advantageous to the narrative that he's come to be.
No, only a psychopath,
comfortable.
Dean, only a lunatic would be on live TV and tell a host of CNN, Anderson Cooper, oh, well, people fantasize about grape.
Given the context, I disagree. Given the context, I think it was a very fair statement for her to make, and I could prove it by asking you a very simple question, okay?
Shoot.
If an elderly black person was sitting down with Anderson Cooper for an interview, and this elderly black person had personally lived through racial segregation, okay? Morphing this black person's worldview of reality to place racism upon the utmost immediate impacts on society that is widespread, true of everything everywhere inside of everyone. By the way, I'm not necessarily disputing that racism is incredibly impactful. I just want that to be explicitly stated so people don't misconstrue me. And then this elderly black person tells Anderson Cooper that a lot of people think of racism as trivial, non-mainstream, or funny, non-impactful. And then Anderson Cooper responds by saying that, no, I think that a lot of people think of racism as bad and evil and horrible. And then that black person responds again by saying, no, I think most people think of racism as funny. What would your takeaway be from listening to that black person? Would it be that you think they think racism is funny? No, because we just listened to them explain how they find it to be violent and negatively impactful. They're just describing what other people think, and they're highlighting an issue to be true of it. Would your takeaway be this person's a lunatic? No, they're just describing that racism is wrong and it's personally impacted them and other people trivialize it. Okay? And so I don't understand why your takeaway would be any different for E. Jean
Dean,
Carroll.
I would say
I'm almost
that person
done because in this clip, E. Jean Carroll says, a lot of people sexualize rape, think of it as sexy, but it's not sexy, it hurt. And then Anderson Cooper is like, no, I think that a lot of people think of rape as very bad. And then she's like, no, I think that a lot of people sexualize it. That's not her saying that she thinks it's sexy. She clarified that it hurt. It's not her being a lunatic and like parading the fact that others find it sexy. That's her actually condemning them and calling that out as an issue that exists in society.
Okay, so let's just do one at a time here. So if a black person said that and then pivoted and then said, oh, well, you know, some people think it's racism is funny, I'd be like, well, this person's being quite inconsistent with their thoughts, just like the Carol lady.
What's the inconsistency?
If it's funny, it's funny. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Don't, you know, go back and forth. By the way, that is an incredibly weird thing to say. I survived racial segregation.
You don't
Well,
have,
some people think it's funny.
You don't have any media literacy or comprehension ability here. If a black person were to say racism is bad and some people think that racism is funny, they're not simultaneously affirming that racism is both bad and funny. They're arguing that it's bad, calling out the fact that other people disagree, and condemning them because they're arguing that it's bad.
That's not what you said. You said if it was a elderly black man who lived through segregation getting interviewed by Anderson Cooper, who then said racism was bad, but then later said it was funny.
No,
I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying, dude.
This hypothetical black person saying that other people think that racism is funny, or saying that some people think that racism is funny, is not them saying that they think that racism is funny. It's them calling out the people who think it's funny.
First of all, how the hell would anybody know how other people think in the first place, Dean? I don't know how you think.
What?
Dude,
what?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't tell you what, like. Okay,
do you think we could ever determine first degree murder in court?
I'm sorry, say that again, Parker. What?
Do you think we could ever determine that someone committed first degree murder in court?
Well, let's see. Can we determine that O.J. Simpson did it? Well, I guess the jury said no.
In any case, can we make a determination that a person committed first degree murder?
Yeah, we could if there's a substantial evidence.
Okay, so you can identify their intentions because intention is a necessary element of first degree murder.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So now you do have the ability to determine based upon evidence that someone's intention was a certain way, correct?
Sure, yeah. In the case of, first degree murder.
That's all Dean is saying.
But this doesn't even matter, though. Because even if you want to dispute Eugene Carroll's claim that most people think that rape is sexy, okay, this has no relevance if she was raped or not by Trump.
It still doesn't change the fact that, look, Dean,
Can you admit that,
Trump.
like, Eugene Carroll saying that most people think that rape is sexy, arguing that we need to condemn them?
Okay, can you just agree it's a weird thing to say during an interview?
No.
Okay.
Why is that weird to say?
Okay, Dean, let's agree
why
to
is it
disagree
weird,
on this.
Why is it weird to condemn rape as violent and then call out the fact that some other people disagree?
But then
she's calling out an immorality.
That's not what she said.
It is not wrong for victims of SA to call out the fact that others will trivialize that experience and sexualize that experience. That's not wrong. Why would that be wrong or weird? What? Explain to me. Why is it weird?
Okay, to me, it's an unusual thing to bring up.
It's not unusual in the context of her first saying that rape isn't sexy, it's violent.
Dean, hold on.
Of course, the next thing that could possibly be said is other people think it's sexy, and it's not. She's literally the point that she's communicating is that when she was raped, she was hurt. It was not sexual. It was not sexy. It was painful. That's what she said. And then Anderson Cooper said, E. Jean Carroll, I think most people agree with you. But E. Jean Carroll, because of the fact that she's a victim of this, and she's hyper aware and critical of everyone who sexualizes it seen it online on Pornhub, books, smut, so on and so forth, she's going to respond to Anderson Cooper by saying, no, Anderson Cooper, you're fucking wrong, dude. I'm always seeing people sexualizing it because she's hyper aware of that sexualization because she's a victim. And that is where her statement, most people think of it as sexy, comes from.
We're getting nowhere with this. All I'm telling you
because you don't have the ability to concede when you're wrong.
No,
that's
Dean,
why we're getting nowhere with this.
No, Dean. What
then
you
tell
are
me
failing
why
to
I'm
understand
incorrect.
Is allegations with no proof don't
Pivot.
really sit far
You're
with me.
pivoting. You're pivoting.
No,
we're not
I'm
talking
not.
about an allegation of rape here. We're talking about the fact that it's not weird for a
No,
victim of
what
rape
I'm
to
saying
call out
to
other
you-
people who sexualize it.
What I'm saying to you, Dean, is the whole interview is based on a story that never happened.
You said what's weird is that she said that most people think that rape is sexy. That is
Homie,
different
dog,
from justifying
listen,
the fact
you're
that
not
she was a
listening.
victim
You're not-
of rape.
Dean, you're not listening. What I'm telling you is
You're just saying
the
it's
entire-
you're not even giving
the
an
entire-
argument. You're just saying it didn't
Damn it,
happen.
Parker. You want to understand something about something is you can't go around just saying I got graped.
Well,
First of
she
all,
proved
You
it in a
proved
court.
it in a
Hold
civil
on,
court,
hold
genius.
on.
Yes, you can.
No,
She legally,
man,
literally
that
can.
is man, that is dangerous. And if you don't have proof and you don't have witnesses or
Yeah,
nothing,
hey, buddy, regardless what you want to say,
Parker,
she actually can do that because of a
Parker,
civil court
Parker,
determining that she was sexually
Parker,
abused, genius.
Stop it.
She didn't
'Cause
have
you're
proof, says
damn
the
it,
man
you
to the
guys,
woman that proved it in court.
You're disenfranchising real victims. Now
no,
cut it out.
stop
He
projecting.
literally held him liable in a civil court. You are the one disenfranchising victims by supporting a rapist in the Oval Office.
Again, there is no proof of that, and you guys
He
throw
was
that
held
word
liable.
around.
There's 26
Parker,
plus people that have
damn it,
accused him of sexual
Parker,
misconduct. He's
Parker,
bragged
listen to
about
me.
grabbing women by the vagina without asking.
Parker,
he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Parker, stop
he
it.
literally was
You're-
credibly
No, no,
accused
no,
by
no,
a
no, no,
minor
no,
in
no.
the Epstein
No,
files.
no,
They
no, no.
got a
Parker,
settlement
stop.
with the Epstein
Parker,
estate.
Parker, cut it out. Now, if I call you a
Cut it
grapist,
out, Parker.
if I call
No.
you a grapist and I say I got proof of it, and I'm gonna take you to court, they're gonna make a media frenzy about it, and I'm gonna go on TV and say every damn day you did it.
Hey,
It still doesn't
actually,
change the fact that you didn't.
Guess what? Guess what? I wouldn't condemn you for calling someone a rapist if you could take that somebody to court and demonstrate evidence for the fact that they're a rapist, demonstrate a pattern of behavior, demonstrate lies and contradictions within their testimony inside of that courtroom, and then have the unanimous jury of 9 agree with you. I would never condemn you for calling somebody a rapist if you could do that. I would actually be sitting right next to you saying that person is a rapist. Civil court wasn't enough. Let's change the law for criminal courts, charge him, and throw him in jail.
You just proved my point. You literally just proved my point, Dean.
What point
If
did I
that
prove?
person had evidence, which this person did not,
They did not have evidence. Name one piece of evidence submitted to during discovery period by Eugene Carroll and her representation to the civil court.
there was no witnesses.
You're not
There was no
answering my
evidence
question.
of it. It was
there
just
was
a
there was
story.
cataloged evidence that was collected during discovery. Name one piece of it.
Dude, I literally listened to her testimony of the whole event.
There was
It's all
cataloged. There was
BS, man.
cataloged evidence collected during discovery. Name one piece of it.
No.
You can't do it. Why are you going to argue that there was no evidence when you don't
There is
know
no
if there
evidence.
was evidence because you
There's
don't
no
know what
witnesses
evidence
of
was
anything.
submitted during discovery period.
There's no-
You don't know any of this. You're making baseless claims. You just admitted that you don't know if there was evidence or not because you can't name one piece of cataloged evidence collected during discovery. If you don't know the facts of the court case, if you don't know the cataloged evidence collected during discovery, then you don't know enough to rationally form and hold to the conclusion that there was no evidence submitted inside of the court. You don't.
Dean, show me where there is any evidence at all.
Okay, so
linking
you're
to
conceding
Trump
that
is
you don't
doing
know
this.
the collected evidence.
There is
and
none.
you want me to share it with you. How do you
And
know
you
that?
can't-
How
you
do you
can't
know
show
that?
any
How do you know that? One
because
moment.
there is none.
No. How do you know there's no evidence if you don't know what evidence was submitted to the court during discovery? How do you know there's no evidence? What reasonable basis are you using to make the claim that there was no evidence?
Because it's a story, and she was the only person there.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. Your argument is that if a man rapes a woman in a room alone, then there could never be any evidence that she was raped.
Yeah, like you don't wait 30.
What the fuck is a rape kit?
Yes.
What is a rape kit? What is a rape kit?
Yeah,
what is a rape kit? 1 second.
Thank you.
Just as a really easy example, what is a rape kit? No, answer my question. What's a rape kit?
That is a great example.
Wait, a great example of evidence that could possibly be collected in a scenario of a man raping a woman in a room alone, so therefore you can see that there can be evidence? Okay, another example. What's an admission of guilt? What's a corroboration between therapist notes from the 90s and then the testimony of 7 others? What's the inconsistencies within Donald Trump's testimony because he testified to the fact that he never met her, then she responded to him with a picture of the two together, or testified to the fact that he would never rape her because she's not his type, but then confused a picture of his ex-wife Marla Maples to be her during a deposition? Or what are character priors, like Donald Trump literally admitting to doing it in the 2005 Access Hollywood tapes where he said he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first, and then having that be the fact that the jury ruled him to be guilty of, or other character priors that are definitely things that Donald Trump is engaged in that rapists would do, like admitting to the sexual exploitation of the naked bodies of women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. That alone is an incredibly strong data point for this. If we know that somebody's a sexual predator, if this person has admitted to sexual violence, if this person has called their sexual violence funny, and then a court determines that they raped somebody else, fucking hell, I'm gonna believe them. I think we should all believe them. This guy, this man, has admitted to something already within that realm of a disregard of the consent of women and girls. He admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls backstage in their dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. He said he found it funny and he said he got away with it. This is the guy that was held liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. This is the guy that you're defending.
Can I talk now?
You have my permission.
Oh, okay, good, because I'm glad you got that out. So, yeah, you literally just went on like a straight ADHD like spurt of a bunch of shit that had nothing to do with what I'm saying.
ADHD? What does that mean?
Like, I don't know what you're on.
I probably
Homie, listen, dog. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what you're taking.
But like, what's the relevance?
I don't know what you're taking or how much coffee you're drinking, but chill, all right?
Oh, so you're mad that I fried your ass with the facts for 3 minutes straight. I get it. You'd like me to calm down. I could get on your level. You want me to go pop like 4 or 5 melatonin, get on your same level? I'm good, dude.
No, there was no facts in anything that you said.
Actually, Dean, you're gonna have to get elevated to be on his level, man.
Right.
No. There was no facts in anything that he said.
Sure, yeah, it's absolutely a fact that Donald Trump has admitted to the sexual exploitation of women and girls. Want to hear him?
You're the
1
ultimate
second.
pivoter.
No. You said that there was no facts in what I said. One of the things that I said is that Donald Trump admitted to the sexual exploitation of women and girls. Do you disagree?
I do 100% disagree with that.
Okay,
yes.
Here's him admitting to the sexual exploitation of naked women and or girls.
Stop! Don't play me the Howard Stern clip again. I don't want to hear
Everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
But where did he say?
I'm laughing at how defeated this guy looks. He said that there's nothing factual about what I said. Okay, and then he denies that it's a fact that Donald Trump has admitted to sexual exploitation. And then he's like, "Don't play me that." And then while I'm playing it, he's over there like sitting in like sadness and sorrow, looking down and shaking his head because he got proven wrong. And I'd just like to apologize for laughing because that was a bad time to laugh while I was playing that clip of Donald Trump saying the gruesome things he did. So my apologies, everybody. But that's why I started laughing, because he's just sitting over here like, oh no, he's proving me wrong. But
hey, dude,
everyone
knows you're muted, bro. All of us can see that.
but on a real note, okay.
That's what you guys do.
My apology aside, that's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation.
No, that has nothing to do with the Carol situation at all. You're trying to say...
You just said it was not true that he admitted to sexual exploitation. I'm going to prove that claim wrong, and I did.
So he went into the dressing room and said, when I go into the dressing room, there are beautiful women everywhere, and I just start grabbing, and I just do it. No.
Well, if he grabbed them, then it would be sexual assault. The reason why I call it sexual exploitation is because he abused his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself to go into the dressing room to then take advantage of their position of vulnerability to look at them naked, which is unconsensual sexual conduct.
Dude, why do you keep muting me? I'm going to let you finish talking. Like, it's really annoying to have to...
Parker did that one for the love of the game.
Parker, what the hell's wrong with you,
That
dude?
was for the love of the game. That really was.
Yeah, you should have a love for the weight room, you skinny little twink.
Wow, someone's really angry.
Hey, dude, I think that statement could probably be made to both of us. I don't know why you'd make
Oh, no,
that
man.
argument
Parker said
towards
you can
me
do
only.
87 push-ups. I doubt you can do 10.
Okay. Hey,
So,
you're getting
you?
really hostile and calling people skinny twinks because you're losing a debate. I would recommend calming down.
No, Parker keeps interrupting and being rude.
How is that being rude, bro? I literally just muted you. Stop crying, bro. Snowflake.
That's all you got, the power of the mute button.
I mean, you just snapped because you got mad. That's what a lot of MAGA men
Ran
do.
away, Dean.
No, he got a flag for harassment and bullying. He snapped because he got mad. A bunch of them do that. That's like, you know, as old as time itself is the emotionally insecure men getting mad, snapping, and making some baseless insult, like calling somebody skinny level twink. Whatever. Hi, do you support Trump? Apparently not. Let's go to move on to the next guest, you guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. We got Asher loading in. Hey, thank you so very much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Tori, let's get 500 Tori W's down below. That is Torey. Tori with a 50 says, no one understands offenders better than their victims. No one understands the oppressors better than in which they will oppress. Absolutely, Tori. Thank you so much for the $50. That is very kind of you, my friend. Love is Electric. Thank you so much for the $10. Who says 50 Shades of Grey was basically all about sexual violence and abusive behavior, yet it became insanely popular. Please explain that, caller. Because of the sexualization of rape. Thank you so much for the $10. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Asher?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month? You kind of said that with a question mark at the end, so I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah. Nah, it's just because I'm tired enough.
Okay, what month were you born in?
August.
Okay. All right. Give me a second to thank a couple of people, then we'll pass you that mic. Thank you so much, Mary, for the $10 on Venmo. It says, happy Thursday, Dean. Happy Thursday, Mary. Hope you're enjoying this stream today. All the love in the world to you. Kiara, thank you for the $5. And then Nicole, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Nicole W's. Nicole says, this guy's a stupid POS. I was raped at 18 years ago. Ashamed to tell anybody at the time. I never went to have an exam or to seek charges. There was not any witnesses, and I don't have any physical evidence. That does not mean it never happened. Nicole, you are not alone, okay? I stand, and many others stand in solidarity with you, and we believe you. And I'm so sorry that you had that experience, and unfortunately, it's an experience that many do. According to RAIN.org, only 2% of rapists are ever held to accountability to the full extent of the law. Caroline, thank you for the $10. Who says, can you please put the camera box for Parker and the guest on the YouTube screen? Yeah, sure. I got you. Thank you for the $10. Callie, thank you so much for the $20. Who says the U.S. Mint just was cleared to make Trump commemorative gold coins for America's 250th birthday. What a terrible representation of our nation. Oh, God. What? So gross, Callie. I mean, thank you for sharing that with me, but simultaneously, I wish I didn't know. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Callie down below. Mary, thank you for the 5. Tina, thank you so much for the 5. And then Juliana, thank you so much for the $10. Who says what the heck? Parker. What? Yo, Parker just got us a substance warning.
No, he's gone, bro.
Parker, hop on an alt account, dude. Parker just got us a substance warning, dude. What did he do? Hop on that alt, Parker. You know it. Hop on that alt. But Juliana, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Nolan, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Says, wait, you and Liam actually had a push-up competition on live? Yup. Thank you for what you do, Mean Dean. Thank you so much for the love, Nolan. We did have a push-up competition on live, and I fried his ass. Mogged! And that's for Malachi, who donated $3 CL Mogged again. Thank you. Hi, do you support Trump?
No. Absolutely not.
Huge W's for you, but right now we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. We're waiting for Parker to come back on that back up. There he is. Jill just brought you up to tell you, stop wasting your time by sitting in that queue. I don't want to talk to you, okay?
Why?
Same deal as
Why?
yesterday.
Are you scared? Are you still scared of me,
Yes, yes, Jill, I'm scared of you.
You
No,
and
just I
Parker
recommend leaving the queue.
don't
Hey,
like being dog walked. Everybody
Dog
talks about
walk,
it.
Jill. Hey, Jill.
They started coming up.
are you on
Dude,
They
I
come on like,
wasn't
wow, we
even
love the way you
on
dog
stream.
walked Dean and
I
Parker.
wasn't even on stream, Dean. I was literally like this, and it gave me the flag.
Really?
I didn't do anything on stream.
Yeah, I don't know. It does that to me sometimes too. I think it could be like the smoke. Hello, Jewish Clean. Do you support Trump?
Why'd you laugh? Oh my God.
Why did I
Yes, I
laugh?
support Trump.
I got
Yeah.
a funny text from a friend. Okay, how old are you?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm 27.
Why are you saying yeah, sure?
Because you did not get a funny text, but go on.
How do you know that?
Yeah, I do. All right.
How do you know that?
Go on. I support Trump. I support Trump.
Yeah, Dean, you
Can I
actually have
ask
to
you a
show your
question?
messages right now for her to believe that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to show you my messages right
No. I don't care. Trust me, I don't care. Can I ask you just a question?
Yes.
Okay. So if you claim that Trump has been convicted of so many, crimes and stuff, right? Which I've seen you do. I want to know why your Carmela Harris was so
Carmela?
horrible.
Who's Carmela?
You know exactly who she is.
I have no fucking clue who Carmela is.
I call her Carmela. Anyways.
Who are you
but
calling
why
Carmela?
did she...
One second.
Why,
Who are you calling Carmela?
Oh, my. Harris. Why did she
like,
not
like
actually
Kamala
get
Harris?
the vote? Kamala, yeah.
Oh.
Her.
Okay. See, I just thought that like you were like so fucking stupid that you couldn't pronounce her name right. But there you go. Go ahead.
No, I'm actually not that stupid. I'm Jewish, remember? Thank you.
What?
Anyways,
What?
Yup. I'm Jewish. I'm smart. Anyways,
What?
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can you
why
imagine
do you need to
Israel?
randomly say that?
Yeah, so how did she not even get the popular vote? Not even
Why are you
not
arguing
electoral,
that
not
you're
the
smart
popular
because you're
vote.
Jewish?
Shut up and listen.
Why are
right?
you arguing that you're smart because you're Jewish? Why are you
Because
arguing?
I'm Jewish. It's okay.
But why does that
Don't
make
be
you smart?
upset.
I'm not. Listen, I want to clarify. I'm not saying
Don't
that
be
being
mad.
Jewish
Are you
makes
mad?
you dumb. I'm just saying that being Jewish doesn't have any implication on your level of intelligence.
Okay, so Israel is a majority Jewish nation, right? Country in it, yeah?
Yeah. What does it have to do with you saying I'm smart because I'm Jewish?
Okay, in that small but yet mighty, yeah? Place, how many stuff did they actually invent?
How many stuff?
How many things?
How many stuff
English
did they
is not
invent?
my
You know what I mean? Like very intelligent.
intelligence,
were you
right?
about to say that English wasn't your first language? If so, my apologies.
It's not.
Okay, and I'm
Same.
sorry.
I speak Yiddish and Hebrew and Spanish.
Yeah. I won't get on you about
They
that. It's not your
oh,
first
you want to
language, my
test
bad.
me? Test me.
No, I'm not going to test you. I'm just apologizing for making fun of you saying how many stuff because English isn't your first language. That's very unfair for me to say. Just listen. Why do you support Trump?
Why I support Trump? First of all, why not? He cares about Jewish people. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Arguably,
Yeah,
he
he
doesn't
does.
at all. I don't think he cares about.
I
Jewish people.
actually don't necessarily
Do you
align
think that
that
Jewish
much
people who
with
do
him.
not support Trump should get their head examined?
What?
Do you believe
Jewish people?
Do you believe that Jewish people who do not support Trump should get their head examined?
No.
That's what Trump said.
Oh, sure. I mean, listen, Trump is not like the best candidate, but imagine being such a bad candidate in but with the Democrats.
Yeah.
Imagine being such a bad one that Trump won the popular and the electoral votes.
I mean,
I was a Democrat. I voted for Biden in 2020.
Why are you the one making this argument? You're the one who voted
in
for
2021.
Because of people like you that were misinformed that support Trump literally no matter what the hell he does.
Also,
no, he doesn't care.
I don't think that makes Kamala Harris a bad candidate. She had 107 days. Donald Trump had 10 years.
10 years? No, it makes her a very bad candidate.
Why?
Come on. Why? Because he has 107 days to campaign. He has been convicted.
Yeah, but he still had 10 years and she still had 107 days.
Imagine how your party is crumbling.
Well,
Dean.
listen.
There's
some blame there for the Dems. Like what I mean there is by like Biden not stepping down earlier to give her more time to campaign. But like still yet this doesn't make her a bad candidate. Right? Like I feel like if we were to take AOC and put her in that same position, right? There's a chance, a high chance she would have lost the election too because she only had 107 days. Okay.
Imagine
did you just come up here
dumb.
to call Democrats dumb?
No, actually, I don't think you're dumb. I don't think Parker is dumb either. I used to be a Democrat, and there is this like Democrat walkaway, but there's been with the Jewish people. You know how many Jewish people were Democrats?
Okay, so the argument is that you support Trump because he's good for Jewish people, right?
He's 100% good for Jewish people. Yes.
Is that your argument?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Jewish people in America or Jewish people in Israel? Or Jewish people in both Israel and America?
Both.
Okay, so how is he good for Jewish people in America? What does he do?
What do you mean, what does he do? He actually takes them as allies. He doesn't deem what's going on in Gaza as a G-side.
Right.
Do you believe there's a G-side there?
No. Yeah, this is where we pivot the conversation into the ethnic cleansing and genocide that Israel's committing in Palestine, all right? So this is a debate live about Trump. But yeah, absolutely, there's an ongoing ethnic cleansing in Palestine.
Okay, what is an ethnic cleansing?
Yeah, I'll happily have a conversation with you about what an ethnic cleansing is as soon as we finish the debate that we started about why you support Trump.
Yeah, I said, listen, I support Trump because he actually doesn't believe in the propaganda.
I just have to ask you a question. Do you think he's good for like America? Like, is America better off because of him?
Generally, yes.
How so?
Better, but the borders are secured.
No.
Yes.
What border security policy did he pass?
Do you know how many he got deported? Hello?
Think of the motorcycle. He's deported a lot of people, but that's not border policy.
Yes.
It's deportation.
Can you mention any specific policy?
Any specific? No. I'm not that into
Here's a reason why you can't.
But he
didn't make the border more secure. He made the border scarier. What I mean by that is we don't see less undocumented immigration today because they can't get in. We see less undocumented immigration today because they're too scared to come in, because Donald Trump is playing full-on fucking fascist and violating the natural, human, and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already here.
Okay, so you believe because of ICE, they don't come in anymore, right? Is that the truth?
Because, once again, of the violations of their natural, human, and constitutional rights that we've seen downstream of the Trump administration and defended by the Trump administration.
So how many did Obama violate? I'm just curious.
I couldn't give you a number. That's not relevant, though.
How many did he deport to?
3.1 million in 8 years.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of a large number, isn't it?
Yeah.
That
what does
he
this tell us?
deported more.
What does this tell us about my argument that the reason why undocumented immigration has gone down is not because of better border security, but rather because of making the border
because they're
scarier by
scared to
violating
come
the
in
human,
illegally. Hold on, let me ask you
constitutional
something.
rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already here. It doesn't like once again,
I want to ask you something.
Listen. I'm like choosing not to respond to your points here because I want to keep you on track. But if you want to bring up Obama, there's very clear differences between the deportations that were true under the Obama administration are true today. First and foremost, Trump is disproportionately deporting more, 1.1 million undocumented immigrants in 1 year compared to 3 million undocumented immigrants in 8 years. Point number two, he's focusing on those that don't have violent crimes on their record. Only 5% of the people who have been deported have violent crimes on their record, not to mention the fact that they've even been deporting legal immigrants immigrants like asylum seekers. Meanwhile, Obama disproportionately focused on those with the crimes on their records and actually offered really cool programs to those without those crimes on their records, like DACA, work permit, so on and so forth. Point number 3, okay, Donald Trump has been defending people murdered by ICE under his administration, like Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Preddy. Obama never fucking did that. Okay. Point number 4, we've seen expansions to the expedited removal, which is essentially deportation with no due process. Point number 5, we've like straight up seen deportations with no due process, not even essentially, but legally, by illegally deporting undocumented immigrants to Venezuela, to El Salvador, where they've been tortured. Point number 6, we've seen unconstitutional directives to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants, like Executive Order number 14160, where he said, doesn't matter if you're born here with a constitutional right to birthright citizenship, if your parents are undocumented immigrants, we're going to take that constitutional right away, even though that executive order was unconstitutional in of itself. And I've like maybe about another 10 points in me, but I'll just give you 6 for now, since you're so hyper-fixated on what the differences are between the deportations under Trump today and the deportations that happened under Obama a while ago.
Can I ask you another question?
Yes.
If, just to give you a hypothetical, let's say you live in a bad neighborhood, yeah? You know, you're raising kids or you grow up as a kid, right? And, you know, people are going to, you know, they're they are committing crimes, so they're putting them in jail, right? They get punished for it. So now I gotta ask you, do you think it's a good thing that they get, like, you know, justice?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing that bad criminals are put in jail. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So same here.
No.
Same. This the same thing.
No,
it is
you think that they should
absolutely.
be president.
Is it a crime? Is it a crime to be in the USA without documents?
Actually, it's not
Yes.
something that's adjudicated as a crime. It's adjudicated as a civil offense.
It is a crime.
Not to mention that I said bad crimes. I think that there's many crimes that aren't too bad that don't warrant jail time. But you certainly don't believe that bad criminals should go to jail. You think they should be president. Let's keep in mind here that Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon.
Okay. Yes. Like I said, look how your party is crumbling. Anyways,
you're deflecting to your supposition that the Democrats are crumbling to navigate around
yes,
the fact
because
that
look
you
how
just
many
contradicted
people would
yourself.
choose a felon.
One moment.
You can believe
this
that.
This is a talking
How many
point.
people would choose
This
a
is a talking
felon?
point that you've already won. Let me describe to you the corner that you're in. You said you think bad criminals should be in jail. My response is, no, the fuck you don't. Don't lie. You think they should be president. And then I described how and the why insofar as how Donald Trump is a bad criminal. He's been held civilly liable for rape, and he was criminally convicted of 34 felonies. Does that make somebody, anyone, Trump or not Trump, a bad criminal, yes or no?
Has he been found guilty?
Yes.
Oh, so he's been found guilty?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you prove that to me?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for asking. So here's the NPR article. Former President Trump is found guilty in historic New York criminal case. Don't believe NPR. I hope that you believe Fox News. Don't believe Fox News. I hope that you will just believe the Alvin Bragg from the DA's office. And the
I'm
Manhattan
asking
DNA.
for the rate.
Oh, don't worry. I'm proving both. And then here's going to be the jury verdict form from the civil court that held Donald Trump liable, or i.e. found him guilty of rape. We're going to be looking at the first 2 questions here, 1 and 2. Question number 2 says, did Donald Trump sexually abuse Miss Carroll? Jury selected yes. You're probably curious about question number 1 that says, did Donald Trump rape Miss Carroll? And the jury selected no. The reason why they selected no isn't because he didn't rape her, but rather because the way that he raped her was by forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers. And in New York at the time, that wasn't legally defined as rape. It was only legally defined as SA. There's your proof.
So you already know what the jury was saying? Just asking.
Do I know what the jury was saying? Yes.
Yeah. How do you know? How?
How do I know what?
You're telling me you're showing me a document. You're not telling me what the document says. Like what? How that document came to be? You literally showed me a little picture. Yeah.
So this
the
is
jury says, right?
Yeah. So this is the jury verdict form. Do you know what that is?
The jury verdict. Let me see. I
Yes.
can't even see the letters.
Okay, I'll make it big again.
Thank you, Mr. So okay, so you got one here that it says sexually assaulted, right?
Sexual abuse. And yeah, that's rape.
Okay. My question going back from the beginning, why did he win over the president
This is a pivot?
that you have pivot
No.
or not?
I don't want you to
I
pivot.
want to know.
No, I'm sorry. I won't allow you to pivot. I'm going to need you to address the fact that you said bad criminals should be in jail, and I called you a hypocrite because you think a bad criminal should be in the Oval Office, the president, an adjudicated rapist felon.
Okay. So why would so many people vote for him?
Pivot.
That is my question. How is that a pivot?
Because it's not addressing the hypocrisy, where in one breath you'll argue that bad criminals should be in jail, but in the next breath argue that bad criminals should be president.
Should be hold on, so they could be president or not, but he was still elected as a president.
Pivot.
Like are you not getting what I'm getting?
No, I understand what you're saying. You're right, he was elected to be president. But this is not addressing hypocrisy. That is true when you're arguing in one breath that bad criminals should be in jail, while in the next breath arguing that a bad criminal should be president. like I understand what you're saying perfectly fine. It's just not relevant insofar as responding to the hypocrisy that I'm describing to be true of your view.
So the hypocrisy? No,
Yes.
I do believe that bad criminals should be in jail, but
So then why not Trump? Then why not Trump? Why shouldn't Trump be in jail given that he's a bad criminal? Why should Trump not be in jail? Stop. Why should Trump not be in jail?
Who said I don't think he shouldn't be? Who said I don't think
because you said he should be president.
I never said he should be president.
So you're not a Trump supporter? Oh wait, that's the first thing that you said when you come up here. When you identify yourself as a Trump supporter, you're identifying yourself as a supporter of the notion that Trump should be president.
I support a lot of things that he has done. Yes.
So just to clarify,
but
do you think
like
that Trump
him?
should be in jail?
That's debatable. I don't know. Yeah, kind of.
So if Trump should be in jail, then he shouldn't be president. So you're not a Trump supporter.
I am sort of a Trump supporter.
So you think he should be president from jail?
No. Oh my God.
So then he shouldn't be in jail or he shouldn't be president. One of those two things has to be true.
He's not in jail, period. He's not in jail, is he?
But the thing is that you think he should be.
Maybe. Anyways.
You understand the position that you're in here. It's very
Yeah,
baffling.
listen, I don't like him.
Because you're simultaneously, yes or no?
I don't like him. The reason why I voted for him is because I'm Jewish.
One moment. Yes or no? Are you arguing that Donald Trump simultaneously should be president and should be in jail?
What do you mean, am I arguing?
Is that what you believe?
No, I actually do believe that obviously if somebody raped somebody, they should be in jail, yes.
Okay. Should rapists be president?
No, I don't believe that, no.
So Trump shouldn't be president?
But why did he win the votes?
No, say it out loud. Because Trump is a rapist, he shouldn't be president. He should be in jail.
I mean, technically, yes. Technical terms.
Okay. Yeah, you're not a Trump supporter.
I am.
What does it mean to be a Trump supporter?
I support the stuff that he's done for the Jewish people, like I said.
Okay.
Do you realize
But you think he should be in jail because he's a rapist?
Yeah, but do you realize...
that's not just like a yeah, but... That's not just like... No, it's not. It's not just a yeah,
he
but.
Is not in
it's
jail.
not just... It's not just a yeah, but.
Is he in jail?
No, that's the fucking problem.
You know how much I hated him?
Well,
when
apparently...
Biden won the election.
Wait, did you vote for him?
For Biden?
No, for Trump.
When Biden was it? No.
When Kamala Harris was running.
Yes, I did.
Do you regret voting for him because you now understand that he should not be in the Oval Office and should rather be sitting in a jail cell?
There wasn't anyone better.
Should Kamala Harris be in jail?
No, but
So we have two people.
She despises Israel. She despises Jewish people. She doesn't care. She wouldn't deem any shmeris attack. Let me ask
wish
you.
that she
Let me
despised
ask
Israel.
you,
I
how
wish
many
that she
shmeris-
despised Israel. One moment.
Okay.
I wish that she despised Israel.
Why do you despise Israel? Dean?
Because I think they do bad things, and I think that they get us wrapped into those
What
bad
bad
things so we
things?
could do it for them.
What bad things?
Lying about Iran. Well, here's one. Lying about Iran's nuclear program, arguing that they're going to have nukes tomorrow, and then not supporting a deal that ultimately denuclearized the country.
How do you know that that's not true?
Well, we know it's not true because it proved to be false. Netanyahu's been saying this since the 90s. And then for the second part about not supporting
do you know
a deal,
how many? Do you know
and then
how
not
many
supporting one moment,
scientists went
and then
missing?
not one moment, and then not supporting a deal to really denuclearize the country. Okay, which is what the JCPOA was, which Netanyahu did not support. There's one thing that they've done that I don't like, not to mention the ethnic cleansing on the Palestinian people. But
that
I
is
mean,
not
this-
a true fact.
Right,
They
not a
have
true
not
fact.
ethnically cleansed the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
Can I ask you,
Right.
in the 2000s, from the 2000s
Right.
until the October 7th, did the Palestinians in Gaza specifically, did they grow
The Palestinians
or
that are
shrink?
dead?
I'm
I
asking
I just
you-
want to clarify. Are you referring to like the 50 to 70 to 100,000 Palestinians that are dead now?
What do you mean that are dead now?
Oh, the ones
Did
that
they
were killed by
grow?
the IDF?
How was it a genocide? The IDF has an intent to unalive people?
So
Do
it
they
was
have
just
the
your-
intent to unalive children and women? Oh
So
my God!
I'd
Is that their
assume when you
intent?
point a gun at a child and pull the trigger 50 times that you have an intent to kill the child.
All right, prove it to me that they ever did that.
Well, I mean, don't we have like 25,000 children dead?
25,000?
Yeah, some shit like that. A really high number.
Yeah. Can you please bring me?
I think that's the number.
evidence
That
of it?
Like, I'm pretty sure that's the number that even the West like upholds, right? Like, there's like what, like 100,000 dead Palestinians. I'm assuming a very conservative estimate because I don't have the numbers on me to be 1/4 of those are children. In all reality, it's likely higher.
1/4 of them are children.
That's a very low end estimate. Yeah, I'd argue it's probably higher, but because I don't have the data on me, I'm just going with a really low estimate.
Okay, so you're saying that because they are, you don't even have the
Because
numbers.
they're killing kids, they intend to
No.
kill kids. Yeah, that's kind of my argument.
Because, do they intend to unalive them?
I think the only
Is
way...
there the intent?
I think the only way that you could kill tens of thousands of children is if you intend to.
Yeah. Okay. The only way? Not casualties, nothing, none of those.
If
So
wanna-
can you
if you wanna
prove to
if
me,
you wanna
prove to
argue
me.
that tens of thousands of kids were killed by unfortunate bystander casualties, well, then we'd argue that these children are dead through criminal negligence, and which still amount to culpability for that of mass murder. Like,
Prove to me that there was that many kids.
okay. Yeah,
You don't
give me
even
a
have
source.
the proof.
How many?
Al
kids?
Jazeera?
How many do you think there are?
Actually, the U.S. actually said that there was 8,000
okay.
casualties.
So, yeah, the source is going to be the Gaza Health Ministry. Thank you for the flying jets.
The Gaza Health Ministry
And the UN. Yep.
and the UN. Oh my
Yes.
God, Dean, stop.
Oh, those
You're
are bad sources?
embarrassing yourself.
Okay. What are the better sources?
Better sources? Oh my God, anything but.
Okay. Give me another one.
Okay, so what is the Even
No,
let's
no,
see.
give me
Let's see if I
another
can
one.
debunk you with the Gaza Health Ministry.
No.
Please
no, I
bring
want,
up
I
the
want you to
number
give me another
of
one.
kids.
No. One moment. Give me another one.
Any other one.
Just give one.
Any.
Name one.
Find it.
Wait, no, name one.
Any other one.
No, name
when
one.
you just searched it,
Wait.
when you
Just to
searched
clarify.
it, you said
Just
the
to
Gaza
clarify.
Health Ministry and the
just
UN.
to clarify, could you name one other one?
Yeah. There's many other ones.
Then do it.
What do you mean, then do it?
Provide a source. Other than the Gaza Health
I
Ministry
don't need to provide
or
a
the
source.
UN.
I asked you to provide a source because you made a claim.
Okay.
I don't provide sources that don't.
The UNICEF says that there's been 64,000 kids.
64,000 kids.
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you something. Do you believe that H group uses human shields?
Human shields.
Yes.
Human shields. So what are they doing? Just putting the kids in front of them, and then the IDF soldiers have to.
Yeah,
kill
while
the
they go and hide under the tunnel. Yes.
Hamas
Yes.
members and the kids.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, I would say
search up.
I would say that it's very unlikely that 64,000 children could die by being used as shields. And in fact, I feel like what a lot of people forget in this argument is it would actually be your burden to prove that.
I will. Okay. Go on NATO. I don't know why you keep muting me. Go on NATO.
Where do I go on NATO?
NATO.
Okay.
Hamas uses human shields.
Okay.
Go ahead. Find that. Find the PDF. It'll tell you exactly everything.
Okay. I found a PDF. Hamas's use of human shields in Gaza. There's documented examples of Hamas using human shields in Gaza. You know, there's also documented examples of different terrorist organizations and insurgent groups using human shields in Afghanistan.
Oh, so
and
you
Iraq.
believe that Hamas is a terrorist organization?
Yeah, Hamas is terrible. Listen, I'm not pro-Palestine because I'm pro-Hamas. I'm pro-Palestine because I'm pro-common sense and humanity. Now, to get back onto my claim here.
Common sense and humanity?
Yeah. But now to get back onto my claim here. You know, there's
Why are you
there's
muting
various,
me?
Because you're interrupting me. I'm sorry. Now to get back onto my claim here. There were a lot of terrorist and insurgent groups that would use human shields in Iraq and Afghanistan. But just because we could identify some instances of a group of people using human shields doesn't mean that therefore we could assume that they are using human shields in all circumstances to justify war crimes. Let me give you an example. It is 2012, Obama's president, and 2 American military helicopters just spent 2 hours spamming bullets at a Doctors Without Borders hospital. They end up killing 47 people inside. Now, the end result of this was the identification that it was an accident from the Pentagon, and it's a war crime to me. But before they admitted to it and argued that it was an accident and that they shouldn't have done that, they actually justified it by positing that militant insurgent groups had found their way inside of the Doctors Without Borders hospital and were using the doctors and patients as human shields. But ultimately, that defense fell through because there was no evidence to suggest it, and they can't justify that that did occur by pointing out that those same militant groups would actually use human shields in other circumstances. So I don't think that you could just loosely point towards the fact that in some scenarios, Hamas will use human shields to therefore conclude that there's no mass killing of children in Gaza, and that therefore, for every child that was killed by the IDF, there's a Hamas member with their finger in an RPG pointed at Israelis right behind them.
Hold on. So are you saying, right behind them? What do you mean?
That's what a human shield would be, right?
Yes, but there's more forms of human shields than that.
So how are these 64,000 children used as human shields?
What do you mean how? Did you see so let's say okay. Yahya Sinwar. Well, how did he die?
What's that?
Yahya Sinwar, how did he die?
I'm unaware.
In a tunnel. Do you want to know all the other age group members?
Wait, I don't know these specific stories. I'm just going to need you to speak more generally on a level that can be understood by
generally they
someone that's
hide
just
in a
very
tunnel.
unintelligent. Okay, so the Hamas
What?
members are in the tunnels.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
they are.
So how are they? So are they using like the kids as human shields in the tunnels, or where do the kids come in?
The kids are in houses.
On top of
right?
the tunnels?
Duh. That's what. Did you ever see their tunnels? Did you ever see what the tunnels look like?
Okay. So you're basically just saying that Israel would intentionally kill the children in the houses above the tunnels to kill the Hamas members.
No.
tunnels.
No. There was actually booby traps that actually ended up killing the kids. You understand?
No, I don't. Can you help explain?
Many. Just search it up.
What booby traps killed these 64,000 kids? And why would
they
Israel
have
set
it
up
booby trap?
Why would Israel set up booby traps?
If Israel
where kids
boots
live?
on the ground.
Wait, one moment.
Hold on.
Why
If
would Israel set up booby traps where kids live?
Israel?
Yeah.
Israel didn't set it up.
Hamas killed the children.
Of course they killed their own.
But now you're giving me a contradictory argument to the one in which
It's
you
not a
previously
contradictory.
suggested. Yes, you
These
did.
booby-
At first, you suggested that there are 64,000 dead kids in Palestine because Hamas was using them as human shields, and they were an unfortunate second-order consequence of the war and IDF soldiers wanting to kill those Hamas members. But now you're suggesting that no, they weren't being used as human shields. They were just used as target practice by Hamas.
No.
MJ, thank you for the meteor shower.
They weren't target practice. It's when the military, it's when the IDF entered, right?
So
when they
you're
entered a
arguing
house,
that, like,
it would be
Hamas
booby
is-
trapped.
So you're arguing that like Hamas is just holding
hold on.
all the kids
Okay,
hostage.
so you can interrupt
and
me, I
killing
can't
them all,
interrupt.
and then the IDF is trying to save them all, right?
You can interrupt me, but I can interrupt you. How fair is that?
Well, I just, how about this? I want to see evidence that Hamas killed 64,000 children. What's your source?
What's my just look up, Google it right now.
Well, that's
as
lazy.
you Googled it before.
That's not a source.
That's lazy. Okay.
That's a trust me, bro.
You'll find many places.
Okay, so then give me one.
You know, you guys were claiming of starvation.
No,
correct?
I want you to give me one. That's what the UN concluded. Give me one.
The UN concluded?
I want you to give me a source that the reason why there's 64,000 children that are dead in Palestine is because Hamas killed them.
I literally just gave you one that they used them as human
you just
shields.
said-
NATO.
Actually, you threw that story out the window and replaced it with them just killing them themselves with booby traps.
That is also a fact.
No, you replaced the story because I was asking you
I didn't
for
repla-
evidence to justify that these children were used as human shields, and then you just ended up arguing that they were used as target practice by Hamas members.
Oh my God, you keep muting me, Brody.
So could I please have a specific source beyond trust me, bro, to justify this claim that the reason why there's 64,000 Palestinian children dead is because of Hamas members shooting and killing them?
Okay, so Dean, when you're done with this, I don't have an actual source.
Okay.
But I'll tell
Many
you
Zionists
this.
don't.
I'll tell you this. Hold
Many
on.
Zionists
I'll tell
don't.
you this. Yeah, many Zionists don't. Okay. What is a Zionist, Dean?
Well, I would argue that a Zionist today is a person which is hell-bent on the imperialistic conquest of the quote-unquote greater Israel and homeland for the Jewish people at the sake
Oh my
of,
God! Stop!
at the sake of the homeland of the Palestinian people and many other Arabs living in the Levant region.
I cannot even believe you would ever say that. Are you like Dean? Come on. Let me ask you something. If they want a majority Jewish state,
was there not? One moment. Was there not legislation?
Can I ask
advanced through the Israeli government to
You keep
annex the
muting
West
me.
Bank? Does the West Bank belong to Israel?
if it belongs to Israel?
Yeah. Does the West Bank belong to Israel?
Personally, I believe that it should. Yes, that's a
Okay.
personal belief.
Does Gaza belong to Israel?
It did.
Does it?
After the, it doesn't anymore. Israel gave it to the Palestinians.
Do you think it should?
Do you think that Israel has the right to take it back?
At this point in time, when you realize that they can't self-govern themselves,
It's a
and they
yes.
can only elect
Right,
a
it's a
terrorist
yes, right?
group. Hold on.
Stop
and
saying
they can only elect
60% of Palestinians weren't even alive when Hamas was elected.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
the answer is
can I
yes.
ask you
She just
something?
wants
Did
to add in
Israel?
like a bunch of propaganda before it to make it seem like it's not as crazy for her to say.
Yeah,
that.
okay, but you still have not answered at all. My
What
God.
have we not answered?
Huh?
What have we not answered?
That they can self-govern?
This is going to be interesting. I'm going to put an article on the screen, and I want to see what you make of it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that
And by
now.
the way, your definition of Zionism is so wrong. So wrong.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let's read this together, okay? I'm going to put this up on YouTube, too. Let's put it right there. Make sure that it's visible on the YouTube stream. It's from NPR. Israeli soldiers fire on family car in occupied West Bank, killing 4. Israeli soldiers fired on a car carrying a family in the northern West Bank, killing 4 people, including 2 children, the Palestinian Authority Health Ministry said. The official Palestinian news agency said the family was shot late Saturday after going out to buy new clothes for the coming for a holiday. Israel said that it was investigating the shooting. Palestinian Red Crescent Rescue Service said that Ali and WO and 2 of their 4 children were shot in the head. The 2 surviving children had shrapnel wounds that were examined by first responders once they were granted access, the group said, accusing Israel of delaying ambulances dispatched to the scene. Israel's military and police said in a joint statement Sunday that forces opened fire after the car accelerated towards them in Tamun. They said that forces were pursuing suspects accused of terroristic activity, and the shooting was under investigation. The members of the family said, where shootings by Israel settlers and soldiers had previously killed at least 8 Palestinians since the start of the Iranian war. Since Israel and the U.S. attacked Iran on February 28th, Israeli authorities have restricted movement across the West Bank, intermittently closing hundreds of gates and checkpoints on roads used by residents, ambulances, and commercial traffic. The barriers have tightened movement and made emergency responses significantly more difficult. What do you make of that?
What do I make of this article?
Yeah, what do you make of the IDF shooting and killing a mom, a dad, and 2 kids?
A mom and dad and 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you something? And
I wanna know
you'll
what you make
see.
of that.
Hold on. You'll see
No,
why.
I just want to know what you make of that.
Oh my God. What I make of that is
Yes.
it's obviously every bullet that the IDF takes, they need accounted for. Do you understand? They need to account it for. So they have to go to their captains or whatever.
Can you tell me what you make of it?
What I
Seriously,
make
over
of
the
it?
galaxy. Yeah.
So is it deemed as a war crime? Right there?
Mother and father and 2 kids died. That's a war crime.
Oh, okay. So the mother and father, how do you know that the father isn't a Hamas member?
And
Let
this
me
is
ask you,
exactly
how-
why
how
I
do
think
you know?
this is exactly
How-
why I
how-
think that the Zionist view is so morally perverse. You're telling me that because I can't give you compelling evidence on the spot that the person killed is not a Hamas member, therefore they are, and it's justified. By the way, Hamas
First
isn't
of
on the
all-
West Bank. That would be the compelling evidence otherwise. But I just want to point that out. I just want to point that out. I think that you are evil. I think that you are sick. And I think that it is completely delusional and insane, okay, for your response to be, for your response to a story learning about a mom and dad and 2 kids getting shot is to assume that, well, the dad's a terrorist and I'm not really going to talk about the wife and kids. But the easy response there is that there's no Hamas in the West Bank. That's how we know the dad isn't a Hamas member.
Can I ask you something? Can you provide proof that there is no Hamas? And how did Hamas came to be? Where did they
Wait, no,
originate from?
this is what you do. This is what all of the Israel defenders do. Whenever I'm able to point out a clear war crime that Israel's engaged in, you just say, but Hamas.
When did this happen?
When did this happen? I mean, we just had the article open about the dates at the top. March 15th, 4 days ago.
4 days ago. All right, so it hasn't even been investigated.
It doesn't need an investigation
Israel...
for us to conclude that it's a war crime when it's a mom, dad, and 2 kids on the West Bank.
Okay, so can I ask you something? Has Israel ever convicted people in the army?
Why? Wait, why are you pivoting?
As
no. Remember, the question is, what are your thoughts?
It hasn't even been investigated. What is it? My thoughts? I don't know, because I wasn't there.
Two parents and 2 kids died.
Yes, they're jihadis.
Do you think they're jihadis?
Yes.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What is a jihadi?
They are indoctrinated as young kids, young children.
Oh,
yes.
The kids.
Hold on. Haybar Yahudi. What does it mean?
So
Haybar.
So
what does it mean?
So
what
the
does
two
it mean?
Children. So
Dean,
the two
tell me what it
children that died.
means.
So the 2 children.
Tell me what it means.
Tell me straight up, should the kids have been shot?
I don't believe it. I don't believe that.
Should the 2 kids have been shot?
Oh my God. It's obviously not okay.
Should the 2 kids have been shot?
No.
Okay. Even though they're quote unquote jihadis?
Even they're quote unquote jihadis. What does that mean?
I don't know. That's what you called them.
They are, all of them are jihadis. Do you understand?
Define jihadi.
Okay. So somebody that is
jihadi.
willing to die for their cause and blow up people that are innocent.
Oh. So all Palestinian children are willing to kill Israelis.
They are indoctrinated to. Do you understand? I have a friend in the West Bank.
This is the
I
issue.
have a friend in the West Bank.
This is so fucking evil. How?
Oh my
listen.
God, I'm so fucking evil.
Listen. Do you agree that it is anti-Semitic to call all Jewish people globalists? Do you agree?
Do you think I care about anti-Semitism?
No.
Unless you don't blow yourself up.
No,
on me,
no, you don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism because you use it to further you use it to further the evil goals of the state of Israel, which is another reason why people shouldn't support Israel, because it grows and builds and becomes more powerful off of anti-Semitism because they use it as an excuse for war crimes. Okay, if you're against anti-Semitism, you should be against the state of Israel. But I digress.
So is
Do
America.
you agree that it is anti-Semitic to suggest that all Jewish people are like rich globalists? Do you agree?
That it is anti-Semitic?
Yes. That it's wrong.
I don't care. I don't care.
Listen, you don't give a fuck about anything at all. Quite frankly, you are an evil person because you are suggesting that all children in Palestine are jihadist terrorists who want to blow up and kill innocent Israelis. The first thing an oppressor will do, okay, is attempt to convince others to either ignore the oppression in which they convey or support their oppression by calling the oppressed evil, violent, jihadi terrorists or something of that like. And it is so evil because these are children. Fucking kids. We're talking about 2 kids being shot in the head and killed. And your response is to say, well, they're violent terrorists. And this is exactly why 70% of Democrats under the age of 50 don't support Israel. 50% of Republicans under the age of 50 don't support Israel. And we see a growing coalition across party lines despising that evil state because that evil state and its supporters will try to convince you, me to our faces that we shouldn't care about kids being shot in the back of the head and murdered because we ought believe that those kids are secretly violent terrorists. No. They're little boys and girls who, if they were not killed, would have been going to school learning about squares and circles. You're too far gone.
You think?
You're too far gone, man. You know that you're on the wrong side of history if you can't say with conviction that it is wrong to kill children. You're on the wrong side of history. It's that easy.
I feel like that shouldn't be a controversial statement to Zionists. You know, like any person that should be controversial, they should immediately accept that, right? Like any person who hears that.
Immediately. You should immediately accept that it's wrong to kill children. Like, if you go, it's wrong to kill children, but you're on the wrong side of history. Or if you just say, That all children are violent terrorists who are gonna kill people, so we gotta kill them first. You're fucking deranged.
They all deserve to die, you all pussies.
I think I kicked that guy. Hi, how do you?
Dane, do you support capitalism?
How old are you? You have 5 seconds to tell us your age. Okay, he's gone. It's hard to continue on after a conversation like that, man. Ah, man. You know, some days I am
They're all just pussies. Why are you supporting this? They all deserve it, those.
How did I let him back up again? You know, that's what
sometimes it just like it randomly like adds them to like the point in which is like near the bottom or like at a random spot. It's like it's so glitchy.
Yeah. Man, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. What the fuck? Whoa, what? I have to solve a CAPTCHA here, but there's no correct option.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Okay, there it is. Bro, sometimes Venmo has the weirdest CAPTCHAs ever. It's going to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Man.
I didn't mean to get up here. I'm sorry, Dean. I didn't mean to go up here. I love you, Dean.
Man, you know, yesterday I ended my stream and my mental health, it suffers when I have to talk to people like that, man. Sometimes I just end and it's just like waves of like anxiety and you know, sometimes some depression too. And I'm just not like, this is where we're at in the world. Oh, hi, Julian. Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
What year were you born in?
1994.
Okay. Give me a moment, Julian, to thank a couple people. First and foremost, Camp. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. I'm very grateful for the love, Camp. Let's get 1,000 Camp W's in both of the live streams. Thank you so much for that love. Camp with 100 says, by the logic of these MAGA freaks, European feudal lords didn't commit rape because they were quote-unquote kings at the time. Also, do MAGA women think that it's open season on other women? Hope that the wrong people don't hear that. I appreciate you so much for the $100, Camp. I don't know. I didn't track your message too well. If you want to, find another way to explain it, I'll read it again. I just didn't track that too well. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 100 Camp W's. Jody, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Who says that last guest was really icky and he makes me feel sad for her. The hate is oozing out of her heart. So real. Hala, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Who says, Dean, this person is a crazy paid Zionist. Don't engage with the Zionist. Free Palestine. Free Palestine, Hala. Thank you so much for the $20. Anthony, Brooke, and Dante, thank you guys for the $5. And Gabriella, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Judge decided to remove Liam Ramos and his father from the country. No fucking way, bro. I'll have to look into that report. And then Anna Sophia, thank you for the $30, who says happy Thursday. Happy Thursday to yourself. Thank you so much for the $20. And Courtney with the $20 as well, who says, I'm actually sobbing while you take on a Grape Defender. Thank you. That one came in 48 minutes ago. Yeah, I remember that, guys. They were terrible. Thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to all of the donors, you guys. Over on PayPal, Carmen, thank you so much for the $20. Let's get to it at Carmen W's. Carmen says, I grew up in Steamboat. I'm a trans woman and was the QB of the football team and the captain of the hockey team. Hell yeah, Carmen. I then moved to Florida, then Seattle, and have a very unique perspective of the queer community. I bet you do. Shout out to you. I appreciate you for the $20. Thank you for the love and support. And then Jacob with the 10 says, it's crazy that I used to support Trump. Then after the grape came out and y'all proved to me how it is horrible Trump is, I stopped supporting him. These diehard MAGA wouldn't believe Trump raped women even if they saw it firsthand. So sad. People need to believe the victims more. Jacob, I'm proud of you, man. I'm really proud of you. I hope that there's more people like you out there. Parker, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Danielle, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Danielle. And it's just to embarrass him. And with that, we're all caught up. If you guys want to support me, support the stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on YouTube. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen over here. One other one real quick. Rogue, thank you for the $20, who says, funny how she talks about Hamas, even though Israel helped fund them to fight against the PLO back in the 70s and 80s. So true. Thank you for the $20, Rogue. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take it away, Julian. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, so real quick, the last guest brought up you brought up the Gaza Health Ministry. A lot of people don't know this, but in every previous conflict before with Israel, Palestine, and all that stuff, Israel has always referenced and used the Gaza Health Ministry's numbers, all like from every single conflict except for this one. So when people say, "Oh, they're getting their numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry," it must not be true. It's just another tactic for them to push their agenda, dude. The state of Israel, the government has always used the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry.
Good point.
Just FYI.
Really good point. So why do you support Trump?
I don't, man. I just wanted to bring that up, but I love you.
Actually, thank you for sharing that information with me. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. You're great.
Yeah, you take care. I was about to say, how could somebody so reasonable support Trump? And it turns out they didn't. No, really good info. Really good info. I'd heard that before, that like Israel uses their data, right? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, and I'm a fan of you, but just really quick. I just had a question for you, just really quick.
I'm sorry. We are just looking for the last Trump supporter of the day. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to that next guest. Dude, I'm kind of like dying out here, man. Kind of dying out here, dude. I'm not going to lie. That last guest just has me so demoralized. I think I kind of want to end here soon for the evening. Man, that's fucked. Hey, Benjamin.
Dude, I feel you there, man.
Yeah. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $24 donation on Venmo. Let's get 240 Benjamin W's. Benjamin with the 24 says, if your response to the killing of children is quote-unquote, what about the other side? You've stopped evaluating right and wrong and started rationalizing anything. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Thank you for the $24. Same thing to you, Rebecca. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, we're going to, try for, another 3 or 4 minutes here to get a debate, you guys. But if we don't, I'm just going to end. Oh, man. Fuck, yeah. Hi, Aiden. Do you support Trump?
Nah, bro. I fucking hate you.
Oh, you hate me? All right. Yeah, feel free to get back in that queue and describe why I kind of kicked you, because I heard you say no insofar as you not supporting Trump. Hello, John. Do you support Trump?
No. Yes.
How old are you?
18.
Where were you born in? All right, that's gonna be good. Aiden, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
Dean, I just fucking hate you, bro.
Okay.
Like, honestly, God.
You grew up one day.
Bro, nigga, you look like a whole bitch. Shut up.
Yeah, I got some white boy screaming the N-word on my live. Yeah, a lot of growing up for you to do, my friend. Racism is something that ultimately is... Oh, sorry, I'm looking through the queue. Very racist little white boy. You know, I'm glad racist little white boys hate me. Thank you. Thank you for hating me. Based. I want you to hate me. I want racist little white boys to hate me. There we go. Let's get some W's in the chat for the racist little white boys hating me. 10 out of 10, dude. All right. We're going to try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Oh, hi. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
37.
Why do you support the worst president of your life?
It just holds utility on how I choose to look to the future of my country versus the opposition.
Okay, it serves utility. Like what kind of positive utility insofar as good outcomes for America?
I see myself more in Trump than I do with Kamala Harris. So I just chose Trump.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's a good standard for choosing a president, unless you think that you'd be a good president, right?
No, I'm saying outright.
Because if you don't think that you'd be a good president and you see yourself more in Trump and Harris, maybe that's actually a bad thing.
More of a teacher, not a doer. You know, those who can't do teach.
What?
Those who cannot do teach, and those that teach cannot do.
Okay. Does any of this have to do with why you support? I just want to know. So why is Trump a good president? Don't be vague, please.
I just preferred Trump over Kamala Harris.
And the answer, and the question is why?
Based on my principles and virtues.
Which ones?
I'm a Christian populist.
Okay, so Christianity dictates that Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris? How so?
It would just keep us closer to the axiom of a Christian society.
Yeah, how so?
because so far, by the benevolence of Christians in this country, chaos is allowed.
That's not an answer to the question. I'm asking you, how does Donald Trump keep us closer to an axiom of a Christian society? What does he do that's Christian?
He is more in favor of the non-AB approach. He's more in favor in the binary.
What branch of
biology.
Christianity do you follow?
He's in favor of immigration.
Okay. So, do you think that he treats
Many
undocumented
variables.
immigrants unfairly and unequally to citizens?
When you say unfairly, can you
Inhumanely?
elaborate? Circular. What is humane? When somebody is arrested or deported from the country.
Virtuous?
that they want to be.
What is humane? Humane is what is virtuous.
Okay. Is ignorance above the law?
Are you going to answer my question?
I'm trying to understand your question so I can answer.
You don't
properly.
understand what it means when I ask you, is he treating immigrants humanely? You don't understand what that question means, and you're a dumbass.
Well, I know what humanely means. I just don't
Okay,
know
perfect. So then answer the question. Is he treating undocumented immigrants humanely?
There's a book, right? It's called What Dean Means. And there's words that you use. and then
Feel
there's
free.
five
Feel free.
definitions.
Well, actually, we'd be assuming your definition of humanely here, so we don't need to do that.
Well, I'm really here.
In accordance with
for-
your definition of humanely, is he treating undocumented immigrants humanely?
Can you sign it? Can you sign my book, please?
You're asking me to sign a book?
Yeah. I wrote a book
Okay.
about the etymology of the words you use and how you use them. For example, you just said
so I'm
number
gonna have
17.
you. I'm gonna have you answer the question.
Yeah.
In assumption, in accordance to your definition of humanely, do you believe that Donald Trump is or is not treating undocumented immigrants humanely?
We'd have to go for a category, and I would argue that in the context of AB and his stance.
Oh,
he
well,
would
we're
be
not talking
more-
about abortion. We're talking about the question that I asked you.
Well, abortion would be the opposite of what I'm speaking of.
That's too bad. We're not talking about abortion. Do you
Wait,
think
is
that
abortion-
that Donald Trump treats undocumented immigrants humanely?
Is abortion
or not?
humane?
Well,
Is
we're not talking
abortion
about
humane
abortion.
with the
We're talking about the question that I asked you. Are you scared to answer the question that I asked you because you know that you're going to get fucking fried?
Well, his last statement when he had the State of the Union address,
Do you
said-
think that Donald Trump treats undocumented immigrants
Why are you talking like
humanely?
Silly Griffin on that one episode?
Okay. All right. Do you want to answer the question, please?
You doing that book, Brian? You're a little bit of a.
So are you too scared because you know that you're going to get beat in the debate by somebody half your age? Is this a crash out, Parker? What do you think? Is this a crash
I'm
out?
just saying, like you're giving me a moral argument or a moral
It is.
odd.
No, it's
and
in fact
what I
I'm
voted
not.
for.
I'm just asking you a question. Do you believe
Right.
that Donald Trump is treating undocumented immigrants humanely?
Yeah, according to my definition, it's highly more absolute than yours because you
So
can't even.
is this like a yes or is this like a no?
Yeah, it's a yes.
Yes. Okay. So describe to me how it's humane to deport people in violation of their natural right to due process to a place in El Salvador where they're tortured. How's that humane?
Say that one more time. And
How is
and
it
explain
humane
how
to
that
deport
has to do
people
with
in
American
violation of their
democracy?
natural and constitutional right to due process to El Salvador to be tortured?
So you're saying that El Salvador tortures immigrants that are sent back, and it's our fault?
Yeah, there's people being tortured in Secot, yes.
Oh, so whatever El Salvador does, we just blame for it?
Well, I mean, actually, Nayib Bukele did say that he had jurisdictional control over the U.S. detainees to the UN. Not to mention that if we send them there, they will be tortured, and we still send them there, we do bear responsibility.
What about Colombia when they produce and manufacture
Well,
stuff?
it doesn't really
Is it
sound
also
like we're
our fault?
talking about Colombia now, is it? Once
No,
again, the
I
question
don't know what
is
other countries
it humane
is
for
our
Donald
fault?
Trump to deport people in violation of their constitutional and natural right to due process where they are then tortured in Secot? Yes or no?
I mean, brother, like you're telling me, is it humane that?
Well, I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking you a yes or no question.
It's very humane. It's inhumane how the socialist.
Wait, why
Party of
why is it
Venezuela-
humane to violate people's natural rights?
Ask Venezuela. I don't
Why
know.
is it humane to violate people's natural rights?
Have you spoken to any delegates?
Why is
from
it
Venezuela?
humane to violate people's natural right?
Like, you
Individuals'
could be like
natural
a Tucker
rights?
Carlson. Like you could interview like
Hey,
Venezuelan.
hey, buddy, why is it humane to violate people's natural rights?
Like the right to life of a fetus?
Nope. Like the right to due process of an immigrant.
No.
Why
like
is
the
it
right of
humane
life,
to
you
violate
know,
people's
for-
natural rights?
Because it's in accordance with law.
Wait, it's actually A, not in accordance with the law. B, you're a Christian. You can't assume that because something is in accordance with the law, that therefore it's virtuous, humane, or moral. And then C, like I already told you, it's actually a violation of their 4th and 14th Amendment protections. So once again, do you now concede that it's inhumane?
No.
Okay, why?
I remain unconvinced.
Okay, why do you remain unconvinced that it's inhumane to violate people's natural rights?
Because I feel like your definition of inhumane is proprietary.
Well, remember, we're not going off of my definition. I haven't even shared a definition with you. We're going off of your definition.
What was my definition, Dean?
You didn't share it.
So neither of us are justifying our use of a word, but
you don't need to share
word.
You don't need to share your definition of the word humane with me. You just need to operate off the definition in which you hold to be the case. Regardless of what your definition is, why do you think it is not inhumane to violate people's natural rights?
I think that you lack understanding of what inhumane
means. Okay, I think that you're pivoting.
Okay,
I think that you're pivoting.
I think that you lack more foundation.
Okay, can you stop pivoting because you're scared of me?
Wait, define scared.
Okay, you.
So I am
can you stop?
I am the fear.
Fear itself. Yeah, you are fear itself. It has consumed you by debating me. Yes, absolutely.
Manifest.
Yeah,
you speak to fear?
You are literally fear manifested.
No, I agree.
And you became fear manifested the moment that you joined the live stream. So, once again, try to answer the question. This is my friend. This is the last opportunity I'm going to give you. Once again, why do you think that it is not inhumane to violate somebody's natural rights? Let's see if the idiot can answer.
I did.
No, you didn't. You asked me about abortion instead. You pivoted.
No, I said it is the sovereignty of a nation. That is why they enforce their borders. Like, look at Poland.
Is the sovereign? Wait. So you're saying that if something is legal in a country, then it's moral or humane?
No.
Okay, so then your argument doesn't follow. Not to mention it's not legal.
Sovereignty.
When Donald Trump violated the natural right, one moment. When Donald Trump violated the natural rights of undocumented immigrants, he actually violated the Constitution, 4th Amendment.
I said the word sovereign and borders. Where did I bring it from?
So you just think that countries could do whatever they want to enforce their borders?
If you look at history of
and it's all humane. And it's all humane.
No, it's not.
Okay, so then why are you using a country's sovereignty and control over their borders to justify that it's humane if not everything in which a country does to control their borders is humane?
Even down to the indigenous tribes of America.
Why aren't you answering the question? I'm sorry. You know what? I'm actually not going to do that with you again. I had a new question for him, but considering the fact that it took me 25 minutes to get him to answer the other 2 questions, not going to try.
Probably not going to end up happening anyway.
Yeah. It took me 25 minutes to get him to answer the first 2 questions. A third question popped up. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I want him to deport my father. Nah, I'm kidding. Okay.
Are you actually a Trump supporter?
I have a genuine question, though.
That was weird. Sorry, I'm not going to talk to you. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you so much for that love, Jennifer. Let's get 200 Jennifer W's down below in that chat. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $20 as well on Venmo. Says, Dean, you inspire me every single day. You inspire people every single day. They're trying their hardest to tear you down, but they don't realize that you're built to last. Thank you so much for the support, Jasmine. I'm not going to lie. I do feel pretty torn down right now. I bet that you guys could see it. I'm like physically tired to the extent that you could see how tired I am. And I appreciate you for the love and support, Jasmine. Same thing to you, Megan. Thank you for the $10, who says, I know it's hard to do this, but I appreciate it. It makes me feel less crazy to hear you speak so clearly at idiots and hateful people. Oh, thank you for the love, Megan. Same thing to you, Scott. Thank you for the 10, who says, thank you for representing empathy and proving fight back can be done with a debate, not violence. I appreciate you for the love, Scott. I try my best. Tom, thank you for the $15 as well. He says, it is wrong to kill children of bigots, murderers, Palestinians, Iranians, and Israelis. Evil is taught by those who disagree. I couldn't agree more. It's always wrong to kill kids. And Eden, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you for watching the streams, Eden. I just read your message. You are awesome. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you so much. Quickly over on PayPal, thank you so much to... Let's see here. Jamie, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Who says conservative woman here who can't stand Trump or MAGA. watch your stream every day and very much enjoy learning about others' perspectives and simultaneously getting the chance to laugh at MAGA. Jamie, you may not be as conservative as you think. Thank you for the $20. Tacey, thank you for the $5. Tiara, thank you for the 10. Then Isabel and Cadence, I appreciate you both for the 5. And then Lana, Lana, thank you so much for the $30. Let's get 300 Lana W's. Who says, I want to hear your opinion on how my county, Washington County in Wisconsin, wants to change the name of one of our highway names to Charlie J. Kirk Way after the scumbag. This will cost about $50,000. How do you feel about this? What wasteful expenditure. Fucking embarrassing. And then Cadence, sorry. Carson, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. All right, Parker, it is time.
Oh. Alrighty, I'm about to hop on.
Yeah, bro, I'm so tired, guys. So, Parker's going to hop on. He's going to do debates here for a little bit. I don't think I've been this tired at the end of the stream in a while. You could see it on my face. For everyone watching, make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube, a like, and a comment on the VOD. I do this every day for 4 hours. More recently, I've been more tired at the end of these streams than not. Thankfully, I'm going to be getting a little bit of a break. So not tomorrow, but the day after on Saturday, you're going to see me live from a hotel room on the beach in California. So that's super fucking exciting. Going to be out there for a couple days for my girlfriend's birthday. It's her big 21. Can't wait. Let's go. And Parker, I appreciate you for joining up.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good day, everyone. I'm about to go live right now. See y'all.
For everybody watching the live, if you're still in the mood for some more debates, head over to @Parker Get a Job on TikTok and on YouTube. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.